Let's do it.
If you're not careful and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas,
Ooh.
you'll end up in the back rooms. Where it's
All right.
nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless.
Oh my God, it's so bright.
Lights,
The heck?
hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles.
Strap in, guys. This is gonna be a long one.
Rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell is hurting you.
The Backrooms.
Made in reply to this image on 4chan's paranormal board on May 12th of 2019. This concept of no clipping or falling out of reality into some in-between place stuck with a lot of people. What would you do if you fell into a seemingly infinite maze of yellow walls hidden in the border beyond reality? This idea was so interesting that several online creators
freak out, lose my mind, die.
The concept of the
in that order
has been adapted in a ton of places. From YouTube movies to video games to an entire wiki page that's elaborated on the lore and added levels and different creatures. A lot has been done with this concept.
I think those are pretty cool
There's
though.
one series that stands head and shoulders above the rest. And that, of course,
Pngtuber.
Pixels adaptation. Pngtuber.
He did a great job.
Years old, used 3D assets created in Blender and eventually live action segments to tell a narrative within the setting of the Backrooms.
Isn't that insane? Wait. Dude, isn't that insane? A 15-year-old made all of this, and then I wonder if he even knew like 5 years later he would even make a movie. You know those questions that they tell you like at school where they're like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I bet he did not even think I bet he didn't even think of saying a movie director at age 20. Dude, he has to be like one of the youngest directors that I've ever heard of.
And this post, like everyone else before him, the series quickly became its own thing. Stories of scientific experiments, corporate conspiracy, complex ecosystems, and violent life within the halls of the Backrooms itself, all within the
Sorry, I was just fixing it.
Setting of humanity's attempt to understand a cosmic nightmare.
The unknown.
Series over 3 years ago now. And if you can't tell by the merch and stuff, I'm a pretty big fan. Not only that, but since that video came out, Kane and I have become friends, and it's been really cool to watch the series grow while he grows as a creator.
He also did The Longest View. I'm going to watch that as well.
So you can imagine how elated I was when it was announced that Kane
might be his next movie. Who knows?
Making a movie within his Backrooms universe with A24. Kane, at 19 years old, is the youngest director in the studio's history and is setting up to have one of their greatest hits. And Kane was kind enough when they were shooting the film to invite me, my wife, and my editor to come see the set. And
that's insane.
Talk about a lot of the specifics.
What a lucky motherfucker.
24 is pretty hush-hush about it, but I will say that we are in for something.
Ooh, I cannot wait, dude.
I'm sure you are too, but first things first. The YouTube series.
All
Since
right.
my last video was over 3 years ago, there's a lot of uploads.
9 million views.
So here's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give a brief recap of everything I covered in that first video in case you haven't seen it.
Okay.
Judging by the views on that video, a lot of you have, which
install Raid for free.
Then we're going to talk about a timeline, my theories with the series itself, and then we're going to look at what we know about the movie and see how it ties in.
Okay, so one thing I didn't put in the original video when I reacted to the Backrooms was I actually said, because I also found out that the movie takes place a month after the Dead End tape. I think it was called Dead End Static. I can't remember how did I forget the name of it? I watched it like a couple weeks ago. So I watched it and my first thought was, is the movie going to be found footage 4? Because if it is, that's insane. I would like, this is found footage 4. The Backrooms, and then like it ends with saying the Backrooms, and then underneath it says found footage 4. That'd be so fucking fire.
As well as theorize about potential themes or plot lines for the film and the YouTube series moving forward. Then, probably a month after the film comes out, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film and how it ties into the web series.
And I cannot wait
So
to
you can
watch
think of
that
this
video.
as a way to get you up to speed and theorize about the series so far and where it's going. Something that I truly believe is one of the coolest and scariest things I've ever seen out of YouTube. So with that, hello everybody. Today we're going to be talking about Kane Pixel's Backrooms. I'm so excited to make this video, and I'm so excited to see how far Kane has come. In that last video, we were talking about how crazy it was that someone this young created a series this cool, and now we're talking about how crazy it is that a director this young is making a movie this cool. There's a lot to get into, as you can probably tell by the timestamp. In addition to a regular look at the plot-by-plot beats of the series, I want to talk about some of the themes and the hidden characters and Kane's other channel and stuff like that. This series is truly something special, and it's not every day that you get film-quality content for free on YouTube. So, before you watch this video, if you haven't already, Kane's channel will be linked in the description. Please check it out for yourself. I love talking about it. I think it's fun to watch videos talking about it, but nothing beats experiencing it for the first time the way it was intended. I should also add that despite being on set for a day and talking to Kane about the film, Kane hates me and thinks it's funny to see me suffer, so he hasn't told me anything about the movie. I mean, obviously I was there and I saw some things that I can make inferences off of, but anytime I asked him for specifics, he just didn't answer. So when I'm theorizing, it's not like I have some hidden insight or am dropping clues for you to figure out. I'm guessing as well. Kane's the kind of guy who would only speak in riddles if he could.
Riddles and rhymes.
Kane for several hours while we were on set, but the footage of that is on set, and A24 will execute me if I show that to you before the film comes out. So for now, you're just going to hear audio from that interview, and then in the second video after the movie comes out, you can see the whole thing. This is a series I've been into for a long time, and I'm so excited to talk about it and theorize about it with you all. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about Kane Pixel's Backrooms, both the web series and now the movie. And something else that can be really scary is taking care of yourself.
Oh,
there seems to be so many different steps and products on the market, it's hard to know where to start. But now you can start somewhere easy thanks to today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 like multivitamins, multi-minerals, pre and probiotics, all in one easy drink. And by easy, I really do mean easy, because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1, and you're good to go. I'm sure spring cleaning our cabinets, a lot of us have realized that it'd be nice if all the different multivitamins and pills we have to keep track of could be in one easy place. But now, it can be. And AG1 isn't a headache. Instead, it's just a pleasant drink that you can enjoy alongside your morning coffee. And there's a lot AG1 can help with, like supporting your immune system and supporting your gut health to keep you regular. But the thing I noticed the most about it is
ads.
Gone are the days of napping
might as well since I'm reacting to his video.
Instead, I have the energy to get things done, and therefore I'm much more productive. Now, it's not like AG1 did this by itself, or it's some stimulant or miracle cure that's going to solve all your problems. Just amazing the things that you can accomplish when you put the things into your body that your body's been looking for. Because
I know, right? Maybe I should get one of these.
Itself gives you the energy to get things done. So if you're interested on cleaning out your system while you're cleaning everything else, then now's the perfect time. That's because if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, along with your first order of AG1, you'll receive a free welcome kit. That's right, a welcome kit that includes things like a shaker bottle, a metal canister to store your AG1, one of their flavor sampler packs of the different flavors AG1 can come in, as well as a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2 so you can get even more of the nutrients you need. Again, that's the link in the description or the QR code at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So to get caught up, let's look at an abbreviated summary of everything I covered in my first Backrooms video. The first video, found footage, features someone with a camera falling into the backrooms. According to the clipboard we see, this person's name is Kane. Not to be confused with Kane who made this series, although he might have died in the backrooms. How would we know? He stumbles into the yellow halls and fluorescent lights that will become familiar to us as the series goes on, eventually coming across remnants of people who have been there before him. Things like clothes piled in a large room, or menacing writing on a wall that shows closed eyes and a window, along with writing like "Don't move, stay still," and "God closed his eyes." It's here that the cameraman encounters some kind of life form. The life form chases the cameraman until he comes to a large drop-off, at which point the life form attacks our cameraman and he drops the camera, which then seemingly falls back into reality, landing, as the description said, in 1996. The clapperboard at the beginning said that this footage was recorded, or at least started its recording, in 1991, meaning either when the cameraman went into the backrooms or when the camera fell out, it jumped 5 years. Our next
It did?
video, the third
Wait, I
test,
didn't even notice that. Wait, what?
91 means footage was recorded in 1996. The clapperboard at the beginning.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Recorded, or at least started its recording, in 1991, meaning either when the cameraman went into the backrooms or when the camera fell out, it jumped 5 years. Our next video, the third test, dated in 1988, shows a company who we'll come to know as Async attempting to activate a portal. This is the third test of their magnetic distortion device.
Into another world.
It is unsuccessful for now. Well, our next video, First Contact, shows the experiment's first success.
1989.
As during their 6th test of this device on October 17th of 1989, the portal works, opening a consistent doorway into the backrooms, or as Async refers to it, the complex, meaning the organization's excursions into the backrooms can begin. However, this in combination with unlisted videos we can find on the channel show us that at the same time, earthquakes occurred around Southern California, a place that we will come to find Async is located. So while they managed to open a doorway, it came at great cost to the people around them. This is especially...
I didn't even know that shit, dude. What the hell?
Missing persons. In missing persons, we see several missing persons posters. As after the events of First Contact in late 1989 and 1990, people began to go missing. This is seemingly because when Async...
They just kept falling into a different reality.
The complex seems to have become less stable and more people are beginning to fall in.
Marlboro.
Just like Kane did in found footage. In February of 1990, some of the first Async agents who investigate the complex come across the body of an individual who seemingly fell into the backrooms. Oddly, his body seems partially consumed and surrounded by a strange growth or rot. There are some nuances in these uploads I've already covered that I'm not touching on right now. Like, for example, at the end of Missing Persons, there's text on screen that says, "If anyone, blame him." And I talked about that a lot in my first Backrooms video, and we're going to incorporate it into the analysis later in this video.
All right,
but
good.
Just know that throughout these, there's sprinkling of information that implies some actor behind the scene or some greater plan at work.
Okay, I will say that because this is a long video, I'm going to let him talk. So I won't be pausing too much, but I'll be pausing in to put in my own input. I will say that when I saw the guy who was basically almost consumed, I did not realize that his like actual body was like just skeleton, and like the bottom, basically like a portion of it was revealing his like ribs and shit. And I thought it was that guy that was on the missing poster, but it actually looks like it was the it was that man from the found footage 3, like right before he died. Maybe he just died right there. Who knows? Maybe the monster found him and then he like got consumed by it. I don't know. It feels like that's what it could be, but I'm not 100% sure.
Our next video, informational video, February 20.
I also did not know that there was unlisted videos that also delve into what it was. Unless I watched them, and I could just be stupid.
29th of 1990, which is odd because there was no February 29th in 1990. It wasn't a leap year, so it went from February 28th to March 1st. So don't know what that's about. But it begins with what seems to be one of Async's typical excursions into the complex. We can even see structures they've begun to build, like on the other side of the threshold in the complex itself, they've built an operating station, and they have lines ran through the complex to keep track of where they've been. Well, during informational video, our cameraman strays away from the group after he hears what seems to be a crowd of people speaking. Despite this noise, all he finds is a blank room, but when he turns back to the rest of his team, there's a flash, and they're gone. Not only are they gone, but the line they were following is completely gone as well. Our cameraman comes across some strange sightings, like these black pieces on the ground that could be burnt clothes or charred remains. He comes across weird wallpaper that seems stretched in some areas, a wheelbarrow, or what seems to be the flat image of the side of a house. He gets back to the operating station in the complex and finds it's manned by no one. And when he speaks, alarms begin to sound. We don't know what's going on here yet, but we will later. Our next video autopsy report occurs right after the events of the previous video, Missing Persons, and this is an autopsy of the body that was found in the complex. It's found that the body is consumed by Hay bacillus, an otherwise unremarkable bacteria in our world, but in the complex, it seems to have mutated, engulfing the body and preventing some parts from decaying, while other parts show advanced states of decay. The medical examiner doesn't seem to have an explanation for this, and then refers to someone listening as Ivan Beck, a name that will become more and more important as the series goes on. Our next video, Motion Detected, occurs on March 5th of 1990. Just on the other side of the threshold or portal that Async has created, researchers are setting up cameras to monitor the space. Alarmingly, while the room is unmanned, they pick up this image. An image of what appears to be either flailing black legs or tendrils of some kind.
Dude, when I saw that shit, I was like, what is that? It looks like it wants to be a spider, but it also has like actual legs for it.
An image of what appears to be either flailing black legs or tendrils of some kind peering at their camera from around the corner. Now keep in mind, the creature we saw in found footage was in 1991, and then the camera recovered in 1996. Since this is in 1990, it seems that up until this point, Async didn't know that there were other creatures in there. So this is likely the first sign they've had that they're not alone. The next video, Prototype, shows us footage from May 10th of 1982, over 7 years before Async would successfully open the threshold into the complex. Here we see their early attempts at this technology, as at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, they were experimenting with sending things into the complex. Now, it's unlikely at this time that Async knew where these things were going, if Async was even formed at this point. But
where things are going, there is no way of knowing.
Philip R. Heyman. Philip may have thought they were simply teleporting things, maybe to a different location in our reality. And little did they know that they were likely sending things into the complex. Pitfalls occurs on May 6th of 1990. So
I wonder if they actually just threw the bacteria I wonder if they actually just threw like the bacteria thing in there without realizing, thinking that, like you said, that there was just portals to other sides of the planet and that they were just sending it to. So what, they just threw it in there to see if they got it back, and then they're like, oh, I guess we didn't really get it, so I guess we didn't calculate it right. Oh well, on to the next, and then it just grew into whatever the fuck it turned into.
A couple months ahead of the other excursions we've seen Async perform in the complex.
Right.
It begins as a typical excursion until they come across a room covered in a series of deep pits. While walking across the pits, our cameraman trips into one of the holes. Simultaneous to this, another researcher continues across the structure, making it to a door on the far side. We don't see what's on the other side of the door, but whatever it is, they begin to yell for a camera, asking them to get the footage quickly, despite having one of their people fall into the hole moments before. Whatever's on the other side of this door must be important. Our cameraman, who will learned is named
Marvin, I'll let it keep going.
What sounds like someone calling out to him. He investigates and comes across a structure unlike any Async has seen. While exploring the complex and coming through a tunnel, he seems to step out onto a red-lit suburban street, complete with houses, trees, and a dark sky. He steps into the house he hears someone calling from, only to find a blue room with reversed road signs. Walking down a hallway leads him to a room where it seems someone had been living for some time. A chair, sleeping bag, and backpack on the floor. The walls in this room seem more decayed than the rest. A pile of numbers on the ground seem to be taken off of the other houses from the street. Following the sound, Marvin sees that it is not someone calling for help, but instead the same life form or same kind of life form that we saw in the original found footage. A massive creature composed of thin stilts.
That thing is fucking
begins to charge
terrifying.
Marvin, who panics and runs away, making his way back to the hole that he fell through, where he is then rescued by the rest of his team. Pitfalls makes Async and us, the viewer, ask a lot of questions. Just when we were wrapping our heads around things like the Backrooms being composed of these office spaces, of yellow wallpaper and fluorescent lights, suddenly it can now mimic a neighborhood? And this makeshift camp we saw, was that another victim who just fell into the space, or was this someone who was prepared, hence the backpack and sleeping bag? And why was the life form seemingly mimicking human speech, calling out, hoping someone would come to it? Our next video report occurs.
See, my theory is that when one of the people that actually one of the missing people that was probably in there that it showed was like probably fell into that space rather, so they got quote unquote luckier. So they fell into that space, but ultimately died to whatever that thing was, and the thing mimicked its voice, trying to like make itself sound human. Like, cause the whole entire complex is trying to make it look like the outside world, like how what you would see, but it's uncanny, and it's like it stretches on forever and ever and ever in a different whole universe.
Shortly thereafter, as on May 6th of 1990, Async reviews the footage that was taken by Marvin in Pitfalls. From their reaction, it seems they weren't aware these creatures can exist in the complex either. So they board up the entryway to the complex and for the time being, halt exploration.
Yeah, they're like, man, fuck that place.
Occurs only a couple of days later on May 8th of 1990. It begins with the video presentation that Async has prepared for the Department of Energy. It seems Async is attempting to provide reason for their endeavors and future funding. Obviously, the discovery of the complex would give way to great scientific interest. But to get government interest, Async is marketing the complex as a space for storage and housing, which is one of the funniest details of the series.
Honestly, yeah, like why would the fuck they're like, hey, we want to explore this place, but we gotta really fucking sell it. How we gonna do that? Amazon. That's literally what it is.
Async has found this superstructure that's theoretically endless, and they have no idea where it came from. And now they need to get government dollars. So, hey, what if we took a bunch of people and stuff and we just put it in there? No, we don't know what it is or where it came from or anything about it yet. And there might be things in there that wouldn't kill us. But, hear me out. Free housing.
Free housing.
Free to them, that would be absurd. Free to us because we don't have to build it. Async even provides models for residential areas, transportation, commercial spaces. But in the midst of the Department of Energy's visit, something happens. Alarms begin to blare, and in the entryway to the complex, the yellow-suited Async researcher from Informational Video is standing in the threshold. This is the same researcher whose camera we were following in Informational Video. And in that footage, we saw that for that researcher, he couldn't have been gone more than a couple hours. But given the dates, he's been gone over 2 months. The rest of his team must have assumed that he became lost in the complex. While to him, he simply got separated and then found...
I thought it was a year. That he was gone for like at least a year. Was it 2 months? I could have swore it was a year.
...his way back to the front door. We knew that time jumps were possible because of the camera from found footage, but we didn't know they were possible while you were standing in the complex itself and while the threshold was open. And in an unlisted video posted to a different channel called Laura Harris, that you can find by looking in the description for presentation, we see an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 1991 that is interrupted by a commercial from the year 2000, before going back to The Simpsons broadcast. I'm assuming they don't get cable in the Backrooms, so that would mean that there's time distortions happening for other people in our reality, most likely because of the pokes Async is making into the complex structure.
Okay,
so
that's pretty cool.
We've only seen the complex.
I didn't know that.
Time jumps for people that interact with them. Seemingly, it's bleeding out to the rest of the world. That's a basic recap.
Damn, I missed so much.
Everything I covered in the first video. And again, there's a lot of nuance I didn't mention here. Further mentions to Ivan Beck or secret messages we see or things we only see a quick glimpse of. But this was just to make sure we're all caught up to speed before I dive into the new episodes. So with that out of the way, let's dive into the new stuff we have, beginning with Found Footage 2. The description for Found Footage 2 says it was recorded on August 19th of 1995.
I felt so bad for this girl, though, because she literally fell in that bitch just trying to, like, make a video out of it, and then just like, oh! But her dumbass put a fucking ruler in there, and then she got sucked in. I'm like, dude, just, like, keep dropping shit, and then just... like, don't ever go to that area ever again.
Now, aside from the camera from Found Footage 1 being recovered in 1996, this is the furthest forward event we have on the timeline. It's important to keep in mind here that everything we know about camera from recorded on August 19th of 1995.
Okay.
Now, aside from the camera from Found Footage 1 being recovered in 1996, this is the furthest forward event we have on the timeline. It's important to keep in mind here that everything we know about Async up until this point ends in 1990, and what we're about to view as a complex 5 years after their meddling. It won't be super important for now, but it'll matter for the end analysis.
All
Found
right.
footage 2 opens in our reality, as a girl who is not named is recording a weird thing she's found, to say the least. She's placed blue tape around the ground of what we can identify as a null zone. It's a term async uses to describe places in the complex that seem to have a connection to a place in our reality, or in other words, one of these bridges where people can fall through. Well, the girl from Found Footage 2 found one of these and has been experimenting with it. She has the area taped off on the floor in blue tape, and she records as she pours wood chips onto the floor that seemingly disappear. She does the same with a baseball before she takes a tape measure to try to see how far down this space goes. And I know it's just a small thing comparatively, but I don't want my analytical nature with this video to pull away from how breathtaking some of Kane's visuals are. I think one of the most striking things that sticks out to people when they first see Kane's work is the authenticity of it. I mean, he makes the majority of these scenes in Blender, but he does them with such dedication to the camera's movement and the space around them, and then hiding anything that needs to be hidden with the old school analog VHS filter, that regardless of how many times you see it, it's hard to believe it's not real. And here, where he has a real
it's fucking scary
actors,
how good he is at it.
It's hard to believe some of the effects he manages to pull off. Like as the girl begins to push the ruler through the floor, and it just disappears. However, as she does this, the tape measure begins to vibrate, and she, as well as the camera, is pulled in. She drops to the floor of the backrooms along with all of the other things that she has dropped in her experiments. She falls into the backrooms completely unaware of where she has just placed herself, just like our cameraman from the first Found Footage. Confused and scared, as one would be, she begins to make her way through the complex. Something I don't think I emphasized enough in my first video, but seems to be more pressing now, is how some of the spaces that appear in the complex seem reminiscent. Like for example, one room the girl comes to seems similar to the rest of the back rooms, but slightly different. The walls are basic beige. The rectangular lights of the rest of the complex have been swapped for circular ones. There's a power outlet on the wall, a corner that seems to be a kitchen countertop, and a hood for a stove that isn't there. She goes to the next room over and turns on a light to see what is reminiscent of a kitchen table, but the chairs and table itself are far too tall. The proportions don't make sense. The space itself is still very alien, but there's something familiar about it. Having a table with chairs next to the room where you would have a kitchen countertop and place a stove should go. But the similarities in there. Other than that, the room is bare. But given other structures we've seen in the complex, like road signs and trees and houses, there seems to be an order here that's reminiscent of something human. She continues and comes across a very large space, dominated by a large column and a couch. The floor in the middle of the room seems to be sunken, but other than that, again, the room is bare. Of course, she's shocked by these findings. Even if she thinks that the structure itself could be natural, this is far too large and too odd for anything that could be beneath the basement of her house. However, things change when she comes to the next room, populated by a door and a large hole in the floor. The hole in the floor looks like it was broken away, with steel supports jutting out on either side. She peers through the keyhole of the door and sees that the space changes. Turns into white walls and wooden floors leading up to a staircase with more doors adorning it. She continues in the other direction and comes across more of the same. Same walls with the same lights and hallways that seemingly lead to nothing. Just more maze. She comes to one hallway that seems to ascend. However, it ascends in a way that doesn't make sense. It's almost like a position stairs should be in, but instead it's just a hallway pointed up. She presses through until she comes across a very large space. Something that would seem at home inside of a large hospital or shopping mall. But again, aside from the structure itself, everything is naked. Tiles from the ceiling have fallen to the floor. What lights there are illuminate a black rot or mold that seems to be growing around the brim of everything. Whatever space this was, it seems to be decaying. It's also worth pointing out that the rot or mold here seems very similar to the rot that was around the body in Missing Persons. Perhaps this mutated bacteria is finding a home on the walls throughout the complex.
See, when I saw that in the actual video, I kind of I thought that it was the thing got into where the scientists were and took it over and killed them. But I guess I guess that's just like another area that had a light. I I completely forgot,
She comes
but
to one room where it
we'll
seems
see. We'll
the
see.
space above her is lit in a green hue. And then she turns the corner to find something out of place. A car crashed into the wall. Now, this is the first sign of life she's seen so far. And it not only seems strange that someone would have a car in the complex, but also just run it into the wall for no reason. Well, this leads back to another unlisted video on Kane's channel. In an unlisted video whose title seems to be a series of random numbers, which it's not random numbers, but
It's not?
I'll talk about what the numbers are later. Pretend they're random for now.
Gosh
We
dang
see
it.
footage from along a highway where it seems a car fell through a null zone. Now, this unlisted video was posted before found footage too. At the time, we didn't know what that meant. But it seems here, we find what happened to that car. Someone was driving on the highway when suddenly their car fell and they were in the back rooms. Of course, the car was going 80 miles an hour.
Oh,
there was
I didn't
time
even
for them to
notice
realize what was
that.
happening and stop before they steered straight into the wall.
Dude, I didn't even notice that the first time. I was like, what the hell are we looking at? Like, the fuck? I'm over here. I was like, is there something over there? It's on the side of the road. I thought there was somebody walking down the street. No, the fucking car fell. And I was like, all right, it's weird.
For one, this is a terrifying reality. You're on your way home from work one day, and
And then you
suddenly
just
you're in
that.
the complex, and you're now in an 80-mile-an-hour car crash. But it also changes our understanding of null zones, because up until this point, we've just assumed that null zones are spaces that could be used as gateways if one understands them. But if that were the case on a busy highway, then you would have hundreds of cars falling through every day. So there are some null zones that can appear just as quickly as they disappear. More speculation for later, but for now, the girl with the camera investigates the car. As she comes up to the car, it seems that the wreck is old. At one point after the crash, there was a fire. The ground around the car scorched, and the car itself long since destroyed. However, considering there's no one in the car and the handprints nearby, it seems whoever was in the wreck managed to crawl out. They found their way out of the car and entered a nearby room. Following their tracks, the girl steps in, and once again, we see a space that feels reminiscent. Soft lights and blue walls, wooden floors, and a banister separating a slightly higher elevated ground from one beneath it with a door. It feels like this could be the inside of a house. And as a matter of fact, it is the inside of a house. Kane's house. During one of my live streams with Kane, he said that this is the floor plan of his childhood home.
Oh,
So we
really?
grew up.
This is the house you grew up in?
Yeah.
Was that your bedroom over here, the infected one?
Yeah, this is how it looked.
Well, I mean, is
That's
this
how it looked
in
exactly?
the blueprint, is this actually the room you grew up in?
This is me.
That's you over in the corner?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, this is, yeah, this room.
So that explains why the space makes sense. I mean, in the real world, it is a house that people lived in. So why is it here? I mean, if the complex is just randomly printing walls and spaces, why do so many of them make sense? Or alternatively, why do some of them try to make sense? She continues through, following the marks of the car crash victim, eventually leading her to a dark room within this makeshift house. She turns a light on her camera, which bathes the room in a green glow, and comes to a room that seems infested with rot. Black vines cling to the ceilings and hang down in these great shapes. If what we saw in Missing Persons stands true, and when people die, this bacteria grows around them, then here we can assume that the victim of this car wreck crawled into this room and then succumbed to their injuries. And in their death, this growth found them, growing around them and then sealing the room in this black rot. While looking around this room, her eye is caught by a picture hanging on the wall. This picture is a painting by George Brim, specifically the cover he did for Women's Home Companion in September of 1916. This image has seen a lot of proliferation in homes as just being a classic Americana piece of art. The significance of it to the space doesn't seem that important. However, it's strange that it's
That's something I would put up, but you
everything
know.
we've seen up until this point.
Then again, I have
just the bones of the structure, none of the details. So then, why would this painting be here now?
That was an Treya poster hanging up, so I guess that's modern art to me.
Well, before she has time to ask that, this happens.
Uh-oh. Hey, buddy boy, looks like you're about to fucking die. Better start running. God damn, that's terrifying.
The life forms that chase the cameraman in the first found footage springs to life from the growth. It
Ugh.
mimics a human scream as it follows her out of the house and into the rest of the complex. At one point,
You know what I think as well? Sorry, I keep pausing. You know what I think as well? Fucking people who die in this in the back rooms become those monsters. That is a little theory of mine. That's a bear trap right there. Well, that's my bear trap.
she
The
peeks her
people who
camera
die in
around the
here
corner to
become
see it standing right
these
there,
monsters.
charging at her. She runs, and as she does, the green flashing she saw hints of earlier grows larger. She runs and runs back the way she came, the thing
Help!
screaming right on her tail.
Help!
The other option, she goes in the direction of what she hasn't explored yet, the hole in the floor. She drops through to a tiled room lit by a lamp on the floor. One of the walls is busted through, and she follows, stepping down into another tiled area. Again, this one being lit by a bright green. The thing still behind her, she keeps running. She comes to one space that again feels reminiscent of something human, an indoor pool. I mean, the tiles are there, the water's
pool's
there,
room.
and the silver handles are there, but none of them are shaped right. The handlebars lead to nothing. The pool is segmented in these odd cuts. It's familiar with something humanity would know, but with none of the specifics. She finds a ladder,
I
comes
love
across
it.
more holes in the floor glowing green. She's eventually stopped by a large chasm. The type of structure she's in is separated from the rest of the complex by a gap. She jumps over it and keeps running, eventually coming to a dead end. She hears the thing stalking the halls behind her. All she can do is pray it doesn't decide to turn in here. But as she sobs and waits for this nightmare to be over, this happens.
Please,
And in the final moments of the video, we see that everything we just watched was being viewed by someone on their television. So there's a couple things.
And that's some crazy shit, though.
Obviously, we have this green lightning that seems to consume everything. It cracks through the walls like a fissure. It seems to spread everywhere, like glass breaking. We've seen that green
Ew.
glow a few times in this video, from in the floor beneath her to the hue shining down in the tile room. The greens got more and more intense as she's continued, culminating here. This green lightning seems similar to some kind of energy, the way it cracks and spreads, but the pattern of it is also reminiscent of the way we've seen the mold or bacteria grow on walls up until this point. That connection could be nothing, but it's worth pointing out. Another thing that happens right before the green appears in this final moment is the room she's in begins to change. If you look at the doorway she came in right before the green flashes, you can see the doorway itself gets bigger. The wall to her right slowly recedes as the flash begins to appear. It seems that with this energy itself, the complex began to change, before the space she's in seemingly turns to nothing. We don't have a lot
And then
of
she just
information about
dies.
what this green glow might be, but we might later. For all we know now, it seems that this is another tragic tale of someone lost in the backrooms who became a victim to it. Now, in the description for Found Footage 2, there is another unlisted video.
Oh, I
This
didn't even
unlisted
see that.
video is titled home_27647
Ah,
MOV.
great.
And for the most part, this just seems to be someone's family home video. It starts normal with the cameraman walking down a street and then showing shots of a scenic walk by the beach, until overlaid on the footage, we get, and I'm not kidding, what seems to be a Ptolemaic geocentric map of the solar system. An ancient map structured around the old belief that the Earth
was
is the center
Center
of the
of
solar
the universe.
system,
Yeah.
as opposed to our current heliocentric understanding that the sun is the center of it. But one of these ancient maps with Latin writing shows up in the midst of this family home video.
Hell yeah.
And this is why trying to nail down anything Kane's doing is a headache and a tumor. Because you're just watching an unlisted home family video, and then it's like, oh, do you know who Ptolemy or Copernicus is?
Nope.
Better. Ignoring that for now, we get more
No
shots of
fishing this side.
streets and the family going out, looking on top of skyscrapers, until we get this shot of a young boy sitting at a table, seemingly with his mom or dad. Their faces are blurred out, but if we look at the room around them, this is the same layout
room,
we
yeah.
just saw in Found Footage 2. Same door, the same banister, the same walls, the same floor. Now, again, because Kane said that that was a layout of his real house, and this is people in his real house. I can assume that
That's him.
this is pictures of his family, hence why he blurred them out. That may even be little Kane there. Oh, look how cute he is before he became evil. But within the story, this seems to be
he was always evil.
Of the people.
He was always evil. He just had it in the back of his mind. He didn't know how to express himself until the Backrooms became a thing.
Who lived in the house that we saw copied within the complex. We see footage of the sun setting over the ocean. After this, we see a rather out-of-place shot of a family home video of what appears to be dusty cobwebs, before finally we're treated to one last image.
Oh, this is the fucking video of the music video thing that they were doing. The one I was like skimming over a little bit. Dude, I skimmed over that part. I really did. I kind of just went to the end.
A family sitting around the piano, the mother smiling for the camera, before the camera pushes past them to see that same painting we saw on the wall in found footage 2 hanging up in this house. Now, like I said, the painting itself doesn't seem to be important. At least, I don't think it is. But what I do think is important is that it exists. If what we're watching is a home video of the people who lived in the house that we saw imprinted into the complex, then it seems that painting on the wall was imprinted too. I mean, here if we look at the layout of the rooms, it even seems to match the structure of the room that the girl walked through in found footage 2. If they were overlaid on each other, then to the left of the painting would be where that bacterial growth was. The room with the piano in it is the room that she glanced at but didn't walk into. So the house was copied, and for some reason, so was that painting. Of course, it all leads back to the biggest question at the base of this.
Why?
Was this done on purpose? Is the complex just grabbing references from across the world to build itself? It'll pick houses and spaces at random, taking some details but leaving most? Or
I actually heard about that. Like, the complex itself was just like, it was trying to mimic the real world, quote unquote. Like, it was trying to mimic everything that was around it, but it made it almost exactly, but not quite. You know what I mean? It's like a weird, it's the uncanny feeling of this looks right, but it's not. And I know it's not. And it's trying to copy it so hard to make it look like this is the real world. But it's not. I keep saying that.
Is there a significance to this? Is there a significance to the fact that we're watching a family home video and a painting in the back of it made its way into the back rooms? These are all questions to keep in mind as we move into our next video, Reunion. Okay, the next video that was uploaded in order is I Remember, but I'm saving I Remember for dramatic effect later. So we're going to pretend like the next upload is Reunion. Reunion takes place on May 25th of 1990. This sets it about 2 weeks after the Department of Energy's visit and the researchers showing back up in the threshold after missing for 2 months. The opening shots show us the hillside of Southern California. Interesting enough, one of the async researchers is taking notes outside. Perhaps async is interested in how their experiments are affecting the land around them. We see a coffee mug in async's lab that says on it MLML with attached coordinates. This is the logo and correct coordinates of the San Jose University's Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. It seems one of the researchers worked there for a while or attended a conference or something to get this coffee mug. Its attachment to the rest of the narrative is on October 17th, 1989 in the real world. MLML was devastated by the Loma Prieta earthquake. This should sound familiar because October 17th of 1989 is when first contact took place. So one of the researchers seems to have been at a laboratory that was heavily damaged when async made their way into the complex. From here, we switch to business as usual. Once again, Marvin, the cameraman from Pitfalls, is with a group of async researchers exploring the complex. It seems that in the weeks after that researcher's return, they've restarted investigation. After disassembling the wooden barricade, they deploy a rover to check out the complex in front of them. It seems they're being...
See, I was always confused about this part because there was always videos of like it being built up and then there is videos of it going down, or it being being built up, or it not being there in general. I don't know. There's
more cautious after discovering there are things in here. As they're piloting the rover forward, they remark on someone not understanding the situation. This could be in reference to another researcher or their superior, Ivan Beck. Eventually,
Or
the rover
both.
makes it to the room from Pitfalls, which we learn Async refers to as room 14D. The team makes their way to the room from Pitfalls, and as they begin to talk about how to move forward, by zooming in on the camera, Marvin notes that the spot he fell through earlier seems to not have a standard floor like the other spaces, but instead has a gap. The ledge he walked on seems to be more of a shelf. Perhaps this is the reason for his fall. Other Async members show up with
It was also
plywood
curved.
and metal plates to create a walkway over the pits so that
Very
the
smart.
situation with Marvin doesn't happen again. We're then told through text that while Team A assembles a walkway across room 14D, Mark Bloom, Randall Tatchy, and Marvin Lee conduct an initial layout analysis of room 14C.
Oh, I said Marvin Lee.
14C is a room we haven't seen yet, but given the titling, we can assume it's nearby. Mark's believed to be the team leader, and most agree that he was the person asking for the camera after Marvin fell into the pit in Pitfalls. So
Makes
it seems
sense.
a lot of these Async
Alright.
Endeavor clips have been with this same group of people. To travel into 14C, Mark opens up the case he brought with him, revealing a shotgun. Specifically, it's a
Hell
Remington
yeah,
70 with
baby.
Magpul furniture. That will matter to someone else out there, I'm sure. Marvin asks if this is like the one he's trained with, telling us that, again, after Async figured out there was life in the complex, they began arming at least their lead researchers with weapons training. A lot of the banter between the researchers feels natural, like Mark remarking that he can't tell the difference between this gun.
It was
and
always
the gun
hard
he's
to,
trained
like-
with, or
The one thing I like kind of had a problem with the Backrooms was that it was hard to even hear them talking because they were oh yeah, no, Marvin. And then later on, did it get better? Later on, did it get better and more clearer? But like, goddamn, dude, like, you just could not hear a fucking word they were saying half the time.
Marvin saying he wouldn't want to be on the other end of that, and then Mark saying you wouldn't want to be on the end of any gun. It's almost bizarre how casually they approach the hard-to-comprehend space they're in. I mean, it's a structure made without human hands that clearly takes human influence. It's terrifying. But if you give a group of guys a gun, they will inevitably reset
Talk
to
about it.
factory settings. As they continue into
Look at this
14C,
gun.
it's different
That's
from the
cool
rest of the
shit, isn't it?
complex in that there are no lights above, and the walls here appear in a basic off-white pattern, remarking that it looks like concrete covered in epoxy. They progress through this room until they get to another room that has white drywall.
Oh,
The floor
oh.
in this next room is different too,
Boomstick.
but they remark that between the two kinds of floor, there is a very small gap. The gap's far too small to fall into, but there's no way of telling how deep it is. We've seen this a few times now, that between two different kinds of space in the back rooms, there's a gap, sometimes minuscule, sometimes huge. It's like one type of room is being replicated up until it meets another type, and although sometimes it gets close, they don't always mesh together. You can see the clear border between one space and another.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of one or two things. A parking garage for a mall, or an actual mall or like an actual store that's trying to mimic, but couldn't get it down right.
Whatever reason. Here they note that a lot of the ceiling tiles seem to have been displaced. It doesn't seem natural, and instead seems like something has moved them on purpose. While walking through this area, Randall finds something strange. Someone has drawn a map of the space they're in. They've spent some time navigating this dark area to put together an atlas of where they are and where they've been. Mark tries to call this in to the rest of the team. The signal can't reach them, so they begin to backtrack so that they can call this in. And as they're walking back, this happens.
Well, if we do get back and they say it's just a non-issue, you just come back around, you know, and see what the...
On your left.
Oh my god! Okay, okay.
Someone, not in an async uniform, tackles Mark and takes his gun. Holding
Oh,
the team gun
no.
he says he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He just wants his questions answered and then he'll leave. As he asked how many people are out here, Marvin recognizes him.
How many people are out here right now? Down the hall, how many people are out here?
Wait,
I don't know.
Peter?
Oh shit.
Marv? Marvin?
Yes, it's me. Is it really you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
How? It's been months. We thought you...
I know. I know that's what they did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
Peter was the researcher who went missing all the way back in informational video, and then showed up 2 months later not realizing any time had passed in presentation. Like I said, this video takes place about 2 weeks after presentation. So Peter goes through the time skip, shows back up on May 8th, and then a couple weeks later, here on May 25th, he's suddenly in the complex freaking out. But when Marvin sees Peter, he remarks that it's been months, meaning Marvin thought Peter was dead, seemingly not knowing that he showed back up only a couple weeks ago. Something's going on.
So they literally just left him to die
for some reason. Peter continues and says that his wife and kids think he's dead. Async has done something to make it seem that Peter has died. And it seems this trick even worked on the rest of their researchers. But now, the dead man's holding a shotgun in front of them.
The gun.
Barbara, just tell me. Did they hold a funeral?
Yes.
This is Team A. Do you read us? Yes, 18. This is Mark. I read you.
Mark, don't.
What are you doing?
We need immediate armed
Mark.
support at room 14C. My team and I are being held at gunpoint.
Mark begins to radio for help, and in a panic,
Shoot him.
Peter fires.
Stop. You don't.
A subtle detail
Well.
that I really like is the complex has these interior walls that reach
Don't do it,
repeat
please.
seemingly without end. So when Peter fires the shotgun, there's no reprieve for it. The sound echoes over and over and over and over. Marvin runs to help Mark, who's been shot in his side. He's breathing but seems near death. And with that, our video ends. So Peter, the missing researcher from informational video, is now back from the dead and mad about what Async has done to him. He talks and fights like a caged animal, afraid he'll never be let out. But now he has a gun and he's on the run. We get some hints as to what Async
Now he
has
got
done
a
to
gun
him
and
through
he's
an unlisted
on the
video in
run.
description
And now he
titled
got a
Recording
gun.
14. Recording 14 is dated to May 8th, 1990, the day
Oh.
that Peter showed back up in the threshold. This video is
Oh.
of a phone call made from Async in San Jose, California to a venue where Ivan Beck is staying. Again, this is in the aftermath of Peter's discovery, so whoever was at Async panicked and called Ivan. The caller identified
Did I watch this?
himself
I think
as
I did,
Clyde.
yeah.
Kane is
I think he
confirmed that
unlisted all of
Clyde
these.
is the long-haired researcher we've
Or
seen
he put him
a couple
back up
times
again.
now. In report, he was the scientist who watched Marvin's initial footage from pitfalls and became terrified by the life form in the complex. And at the beginning of Reunion, he was the researcher we saw outside taking notes. Which also, fun fact, Clyde is played by Kane's real father. I don't think this voice acting is Kane's dad, but according to Kane, the live action actor is his dad. So
Oh.
Clyde was the researcher
Hey, that's pretty
who
fucking
saw
fire.
Peter that day in the complex and then called Ivan. As Clyde explains the
Hey,
situation
yo, Ivan,
to
you see
Ivan,
this
we don't
bullshit?
hear Ivan's side of it, but he seems relatively disinterested, instead acting about how the DOE's visit went, if all the contracts are in order. That is until Clyde mentions that the researcher they found in the threshold said his name was Peter Tinch. We don't hear Ivan's side of the conversation, but he seems alarmed. He begins asking who else is there. Has anyone else heard of this? Before Clyde remarks that, as far as he knows, he's the only one aware of this incident. Before Ivan asks something, and Clyde says,
I was like, all right,
"This
we gotta
isn't
kill Peter."
him, is it? So it seems that after Peter went missing, the narrative everyone else was told is that Peter died. And we know this from the visual we see in this episode. It's a reversed image of a newspaper, but if we flip the image, the headline says, "Fiery wreck beside vineyard leaves one dead." See, the world doesn't know about Async or the complex yet. They have plans to introduce it to the world, but for now, it's beyond top secret. There's only a few people and even the government, like the DOE, who know of its existence. So if a researcher dies or disappears in the complex, they can't say that's what happened. There has to be a cover story. So after Peter went missing, they fabricated a story that Peter died in a car wreck. This is enough of an explanation to have a fake body or an empty casket at a closed casket funeral. So as you could imagine, when Peter shows back up, that complicates things. See, Async
Peter
can't just
alive?
say that Peter went missing, because then that raises a lot of questions. Like,
I think I said this in the video when I was reacting. I was like, imagine you find people, and then the first thing that like you're thrown into the fucking complex, Left for Dead. You find people, and then they're like, and then the first thing you ask was like, "Hey, look, did they have a funeral for me?" They're like, "Yeah." They did. You're dead. They're like, fuck, man. Could you imagine just like hearing that for yourself? You were given a fake death and nobody knows that you're even alive anymore. That shit would fucking like destroy me a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's what destroyed him.
How did he go missing? Didn't he work at a laboratory? But had they done that, it would have been more explainable when Peter showed back up. But now they've already put together this whole conspiracy. There's a fake grave and a fake body. So now, explaining how he turned back up is a lot more difficult. And it seems that this facade that Peter's dead worked on most of the members of Async, as Mark and Marvin are surprised to find Peter alive in room 14C. And it's likely that only
And then
top
he
leaders
just
at Async,
he just
like
murked
Clyde
Mark.
and Ivan knew that he was still alive. But now Peter has a gun and he's scared. I also want to mention this detail because it's really weird. So remember how there was that ML coffee mug with the coordinates at the beginning of Reunion?
Yeah.
Well, that logo with the coordinates is the ML logo, or at least it was at some point. Well, when you type in those coordinates to Google Earth, it doesn't take you directly to ML's current location. Instead, it takes you to a vineyard just south of San Jose. Looking up ML's actual logo, those seem to be the coordinates they use, and the two locations are certainly near each other just south of San Jose. But it seems pretty coincidental that the newspaper says there was a wreck at a vineyard, and when you type in the coordinates from the coffee mug, it takes you to
the vineyard.
I don't know if that has stunning lore implications or not. Maybe Kane just typed in the coordinates and found a vineyard nearby and decided to place his wreck there.
I was like, all right, I'll do that.
Implying that the researcher who worked there knew it would be an appropriate location to fake a death. Just too weird of a coincidence to not point out. Before we continue with Peter's story, we take a brief aside to an episode called Overflow. Overflow doesn't give us a date in the description, but we'll soon find out that this is the earliest event on our timeline. It opens with a shot
like
of the
Goofy.
night sky and a quiet park. A voice on a radio indicates that this is during the height of the Cold War. And an ad shows us that cassette tapes were all the rage. In some laboratories, the experiment begins to go awry. A light indicator for overload begins to flash. On a wall, we see a piece of paper describing the specifics of an experiment, going over approved changes in the experiment itself.
And then the green shit happens.
Named Ivan Beck on August the 2nd of 1972. And as we see this piece of paper,
my God, my eyes.
green glow begins to illuminate the room. The light becomes blinding until we are then shown the night sky from the beginning, but this time it's changing. The structure of the sky itself folding in on itself and spiraling about. Whatever these experiments are, it's changed the world around it. So like I said, this is the earliest event we have on the timeline. All the way back in 1972, Ivan Beck was taking part in these experiments. And we see that signature green glow that we've...
You would think that if you saw the sky fucking bending and folding in on itself to try and mimic a parallel world, mimic a parallel of the night sky, you would be like, we fucked up. Yeah, we fucked up.
Seen a couple times up until now, especially as seen in found footage too. The green certainly indicates something. It indicates some change. And it seems that whatever happened in 1972 has led to all of the events that we're seeing now. Whatever this was, it changed the sky
Ivan.
and the world around it forever. But whatever all of this is, Ivan Beck was there from the start. After that, our next video is Damage Control, which takes us back to what's happening with Peter Tinch. Damage Control takes place on May 26th of 1990, one day after the events of Reunion. We open listening to an audio recording of the team's panic calls from the end of Reunion, right before Mark was shot. We see the other team's reaction when they heard the gunshot and began to panic. From security cameras, we can see Peter made his way all the way back to the threshold, now armed with a gun. Panicked, he steps in, pointing it at researchers as he makes his way back into Async's compound. He runs through the halls being chased by Async members and manages to make it all the way to the elevator. Before he can be stopped, he's on his way to the rest of the world. We then switch the perspective of an Async leader, potentially someone like Clyde, giving a presentation to Async team members. It seems that in the fiasco of Peter's escape, several people have stayed there all night trying to understand what's going on. So now this researcher is updating everyone on what just happened. So now, speaking on the behalf of Async, he claims that the company will be honest and tell everyone what's occurred. The researcher says that on the morning of March the 1st...
Who the fuck is that? That's either a person or I don't know who the fuck that is. You see that head? Nah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
4 researchers were sent into the complex for a layout analysis. We know this to be the events of informational video when Peter went missing. It's also worth noting that in the description for that video, as I mentioned earlier, it said that it occurred on February 29th, a date that doesn't exist. And here, this lead researcher is saying that it was March the 1st. So why the discrepancy? I don't know why there's a discrepancy. I'm asking you. I'm as clueless as all of us. The team consisted of George Levy, Marvin Lay, Ronald
This is
McCarthy,
just a
and Peter
theory.
Tinch. So
A
in reunion,
film
Mark and Randall were
theory.
relatively new members.
We're not
but
done watching.
Marvin and Peter went on these searches together, explaining why Marvin recognized Peter in reunion. The researcher recounts what we know, that Peter went missing, and that Async obviously couldn't say what actually happened, so they fabricated the car wreck story. Which, to be clear, everyone in Async knew that the car wreck was a farce. They all keep the existence of the company and the complex hush-hush, so they went along with that narrative. They just didn't know that
It was Peter.
was found 2 months later. But here, this researcher giving the presentation comes clean. It says that on May 8th at approximately 5:30 p.m., Peter showed up at the front door of the complex. From here, Peter was placed in a secure room, where doctors began performing tests on him to see what had happened. He seemed perfectly healthy, but according to this researcher, his mind was beginning to snap. Async recovered Peter's camera and says that it will be available for viewing later today. This explains why the footage from Peter's POV was titled Informational Video, because it's an informational video that was established for Async to review. Upon seeing the clip of Peter's
makes sense.
in time, the room begins to talk to itself. As the researcher clarifies, this seems to be the moment that he jumped 2 months into the future. Clarifying that for Peter, it was a little over 30 minutes before he found his way back to the threshold. The researcher says that at first Peter was understanding of the situation. Async and the complex must be kept secret, and there was the issue of his fake death. So he agreed to remain in hiding while they worked out.
But yeah,
the
he had
solution.
kids
But of
and
course, Peter doesn't want to remain in hiding
his wife.
forever. He has a wife and family. And after a couple weeks, Peter began to grow restless. He began to make these bizarre drawings on the walls of it.
be like, hey, bro, if you're already dead, your wife probably moved on, or not. Either or. I mean, you could go look. You go ask us, like, hey, did my wife move on? You could go ask them, go send a little spy or whatever, and then you're like, yeah, she did. It's like, all right, I guess I'll stay here. That's what I would do. That's what I would say. It's like, hey, did my wife move on? Does she got anybody else now? It's like, yeah. It's like, fuck. All right, guess I'm staying here. I don't know.
Walls that showed crowds of people.
I don't know how I would react.
Doors. The date of May 17th, 1990, scrawled in the bottom right. Several people and interactions with their faces marked out.
That's a good drawing on the bottom right.
Peter deluded himself into believing he was still inside of the complex. That all of this around him was part of some great illusion.
That would be insane.
Although he was still in. And Peter began to be...
I think, you know what, honestly, I would also probably start wondering, is like, am I still in the building? Am I in the complex? Like, I know I'm seeing people, but like, what if the complex got so advanced that it's actually mimicking people now? And I'm just falling for it. I would believe that. But it looks like the complex is like in a beta phase where it's just not even a beta phase. It's in like a pre-alpha phase where it looks like it's still being built. So I don't know.
Convinced that the Async researchers, as part of this illusion, were going to harm him. The researchers said that on May 22nd, they were going to move Peter to an above-ground facility so that he could be above ground and experience sunlight and air to, not go crazy.
Yeah.
But during this transfer, Peter ran away. Stealing credentials, he forced his way back into the complex and remained in hiding for 2 days until he eventually attacked Mark and Marvin as we saw.
That's where it made more sense.
And running back into the threshold. The lead researcher mentions that Peter was convinced he could escape through an alternate threshold. Now, why would Peter believe there's
Now, Peter, why would you go and do that?
There's another doorway somewhere in the complex. Perhaps it's simply because he thought the researchers were a part of the illusion, so the real threshold has to be somewhere, or Peter thinks there's other gateways. At one point, Dr. Kirk
That's what I thought.
Wrestled with Peter and managed to take the gun from him. So now Peter, while unarmed, still continues to run through the complex, as we saw.
Bro, how he even got the gun out of his hands is insane. Because you would think he would start firing off shots, dog. But I guess not.
It to the elevator. Peter made it to the main floor of Async, but because of the odd hours, no one saw him as he escaped out the door and ran to the hillside. On the hillside, according to the lead researcher, Peter died from falling and hitting his head on a rock. So Peter, who survived the Backrooms twice now,
Yeah, they killed him.
Run over the hill, fell onto a rock, and is now dead, which is super convenient for Async.
It was like, hey, buddy,
guy that they
we did it.
To have to figure out how to unfake his death is now dead, so you can just stick with the first fake death. The
Leave
lead
his body
researcher
there.
Remarks on the tragedy of this situation and remarks how great of a mind Peter once was. We see some more of Peter's drawings, one of which shows a man standing by the seaside with text that reads, "If the wind is right, you can sail away." The researcher remarks that Peter gave his all to this project, and that if he was in his right mind, he would not want them to delay it on his behalf. The research must go on. We see the threshold
Poor
fade into
Peter.
an image of the sun setting. But right as the researcher's narration ends, we're treated to a few odd images. One is
needle.
a used needle of something lying on the ground. Before we see, in glimpses, an image of someone in a buttoned shirt standing in front of a massive green
How do you
ball
know
of
it's a
energy.
button shirt?
This is surely someone interacting with the complex, or at least the energy that flows out of it. We see an image of 3 people gathered around a table, their faces in grief, perhaps at hearing of the situation, a desk covered in TV monitors and papers and artifacts, the same image of the man in front of the green
there it
energy, now shaded purple, and then a shot from a security camera on an empty street that zooms in on a man standing alone. Now, the guy
I remember that one.
energy and the desk I'll talk about later. But I believe this person we see on the security camera at the end is likely Peter. Our final shot of the episode is an empty house with music playing as a phone hanging on the wall begins to ring. The camera pushes in on the phone.
See, I think this is actually in the Backrooms. And if that is true, then it's now starting to evolve.
When the video ends. So now Async has supposedly told their team members the full story, although I don't believe them. Yes, they were truthful about Peter time skipping into the future and then running back into the facility with a gun.
My theories are not lining up with this with this explanation at all, so I feel like I'm really fucking stupid now.
But all that stuff about him going mad, I don't think so. They say that Peter was going mad and thought he was still in the complex, so the researchers were going to hurt him because he thought they were a part of the complex. Whereas I think Peter did the math and realized what would work best for Async is if Peter just went away. I mean, think about it. The only people before reunion who knew that Peter was alive was top researchers. And if Peter disappears now, well, that's easy. They can keep the fake cover story to the public, and everyone at Async just thinks that he disappeared into the Backrooms. I do not think that Async leadership just has a kind heart and wanted to place him in an above-ground facility so that he could be happier and see the sunshine. I think they were going to kill him, and Peter figured that out. Now, I think it's possible now that Peter might be dead. He might have hit a rock as he was running away, or
hit a rock or a
head.
Yeah, like yeah, they motherfucker, they gunned that motherfucker down. They fucking it was like, I got him. Yeah, all right, no, get this fucking rock and just fucking boop real quick, throw him over the hill, and we'll take a picture and we'll say, yeah, this is how he died. Yeah, the dumb motherfucker tripped over the. Tripped off a hill, like, for shame.
I also think it's possible.
How unfortunate.
That Peter escaped. It'd be reckless, but maybe
Could be.
Async leadership lied to the team members because if they find Peter, they're going to kill him.
Oh yeah.
Now, with things like the security camera image, Peter might be on the run. Perhaps the phone ringing at the end is Peter calling his family, or someone being called to be told that Peter's still out there. But perhaps the one thing we heard that might have been honest is Peter's belief that there were other thresholds. I mean, we know there's other ways to access the complex.
If there were other thresholds, do you know how insane that would actually be? Like, imagine that there are other thresholds in other parts of the world that you could just go into, and you could go into different parts of the Backrooms. That'd be insane.
People keep falling into the thing. And as we saw in found footage too, there's even reliable points where things can be dropped in over and over. So perhaps Peter became aware of that. Perhaps he knows of a way into the complex that Async doesn't. For now, Peter may or may not be dead, but what we do know is that this is really bad for Async. I mean,
Very.
what's it mean for them if researchers can just disappear at random? Would you feel confident if you were exploring the Backrooms and knew that if anything went wrong, Async would have
You were just
anything, they'd work to make you go away. And it's especially bad for Async leadership if some guy whose death they faked, who now has a grudge against them, is out there in the world somewhere. I like to think Peter's alive. I think a lot of cool stuff can be done with the narrative if Peter's alive, but we don't know yet. Our next Backrooms video was uploaded nearly 2 years later. Damage Control was uploaded in January of 2023, and the next episode, Found Footage number 3, was uploaded September of 2024.
Found Footage number 3 was actually really good.
Reasons after Damage Control, Kane began working more on the Backrooms film. And also between Damage Control and Found Footage 3, the entirety of his new series, The Oldest View, took place, which I have an entire video dedicated to The Oldest View if you want to check Oldest View.
Backrooms Found Footage number 3. Oh, wait. It took place? Really?
Took place. Found Footage 3 began working more on the Backrooms film. And also between Damage Control and Found Footage 3, the entirety of his new series, The Oldest View, took place, which I have an entire video dedicated
I need
to
to watch The Oldest View.
Check that out.
I will check that out.
Something I'm probably going to talk about it at some point. But we were not left waiting without reward, because Found Footage 3 is by far the longest Backrooms episode, clocking in at over 45 minutes.
Now that one,
in my opinion, it very well might be the scariest of the whole series. Found Footage 3 opens with someone's very
that one was horrifying.
videos. Early in the video, we hear them turn on a radio, and the radio broadcaster is discussing the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. The Oklahoma City bombing occurred on April 19th of 1995. Meaning we can assume that the events of Found Footage 3 take place in late April of 95. This puts it far ahead of the Async timeline we've seen thus far in 1990 and makes it much closer to the events of Found Footage 2, meaning again that everything we're about to witness is in a post-Async complex. In the beginning, we see our protagonist for Found Footage 3, a guy talking to the camera named Ravi. Ravi seems to be a journalist.
Ravi, that's what
about negative comments he heard made by an executive.
Poor Ravi.
So it makes sense as to why this independent journalist walks around recording things. We then hear a phone call he makes while in his apartment, as it seems he heard someone downstairs. He calls the landlord to confirm that no one's coming by to perform maintenance, so after hearing a suspicious noise, he goes downstairs to investigate. He finds that his glass door has been shattered. He believes that someone has broken in. Now, an important thing to note here is that the broken glass is on the outside, not the inside. Meaning, while it's reasonable to think someone broke into his house, it seems that instead, something is broken out. Ravi makes his way over to his closet.
If that's true, what the hell got out?
Moving around a drum set he has set up in the middle of the room, and peeks into the closet. As he does, there's a weird distortion heard.
Someone there?
Ugh, dude, I don't like it.
But this may just be digital, as Ravi doesn't seem to notice. He continues to search until he comes to the basement and finds a massive hole in the wall's been made. It seems that something has broken through the brick. But not only that, it reveals a path forward. Ravi is obviously alarmed by this, but finding this secret hallway beneath his home, he begins to investigate. As he steps in, this happens.
Oh, yeah. It pulls him in, doesn't it? Yeah.
It seems he was dropped through a tunnel that led to a cabinet. Falling out of the cabinet, he now finds himself in what seems to be a classroom or something similar. He tries to make his way back up the chute he fell through, but is unable to climb out, meaning the only way out is through. Obviously, Ravi is freaked out. He thinks there is an entire secret facility right beneath his home. He'll soon come to realize that this structure is much larger than any man or group could secretly make. Once again, it's important to note what the structure here looks like. A lot of us can see a brief flash of this place and think it familiar to classrooms or office spaces that we've been in before, but there's just enough about them that doesn't fit right. Aside from any attention to detail on the walls, other than things like a sign that points to stairs or a speaker, Things aren't where they're supposed to be. A stool sits on the desk. A chair
Where have we
has
seen
a
this
back
before?
that is way taller than any of the other variations. Again, these are all pieces of things we're familiar with, but not fit together correctly. He comes to one room that has a long conference table that cuts off a door, which on the other side of the window is simply a brick wall. Again, all the pieces are there, but they're fit in ways we would never put them together. Ravi continues until he gets to a door where he can hear strange music coming from the other side.
This reminds me of like I don't know why that music reminded me so much of actual Legends of the Twilight Princess OST. It just does. Like the when he's in Lost Woods, dude, it just sounds so much like it.
Eventually, Ravi finds a small passageway to crawl through. This takes him to a room with a microwave and a sunken wall, a couch, and behind the couch, in a place where perhaps a picture frame would normally hang, it passes on into another room. This room again leads to something that feels human but different. A single lamp is on.
See, I don't get why he didn't turn on any of the lights.
The clock
would've.
fixed on the time of 7:16. He continues to a bright room that has 6 chairs facing each other, and he looks up to see a false sky. It's the visage of a room with a skylight, but the sky's manufactured. The brightness to the room applied as if the sun were there, but all that's above him is a still image. The geometry continues to not make sense. He gets up to a ledge and sees 2 recliners facing a wall, and eventually finds a passageway behind a large dresser. Moving forward, he comes to a room that seems reminiscent of perhaps a house or a school. On the ground is a large playmat. The playmat being
I remember the
carpet that
playmat.
shows several streets.
You remember those?
If you grew up like me and you were into things like Thomas the Train and Matchbox cars, then a carpet like this is probably familiar, as a lot of little boys had them. It was a mobile playmat that you could drive your cars on and race
had
on the
one.
streets against each other. But then here, it's just copied one for one in the complex. Other than that, the room has no details other than the red and beige walls. Weirdly enough, it's almost like how a kid would remember a school or a friend's house. When the kid came over, he didn't care about the windows or the pictures on the walls. All he remembered was perhaps the color of the room itself and the playmat that he would play with his cars on. Similar to the painting on the wall in Found Footage.
You know what that is
2,
actually?
It's certainly...
That's actually a pretty interesting analysis. Huh. That's pretty cool. Yeah. It is like if you were just going through, like if you were a kid just remembering shit. Because do you guys even remember what was around? Like, go try it hard. Think hard about like the old, this like an old house that you visit, your friend's house or whatever. And he's like, do you remember anything from that aside from like the color and like what you were playing on? And maybe a bed? 'Cause I don't.
Pieces of humanity, but it only grabs a few.
I only remember those
pieces for
things.
some reason. There's a cut, and we find Ravi in another room full of sofas. To which Ravi says, keep that in mind for later. Ravi pushes into another room where the walls are much darker. There's odd details like a traffic cone in the corner, and then in front of a door, a large pile of chairs. It seems that someone barricaded themselves here for some reason. As he keeps moving, strange music begins to play again.
This better be an exit.
The fucking music.
He keeps moving and then finds himself in a room that is very interesting. This room has very harsh corners and hallways, but compared to the rooms we've seen previous, the detail here is far more abstract. For one, we see a speaker on the wall that seems to be where the music is emanating from, but around this, the
I
room
always thought-
seems further deteriorated.
I actually always thought the music was just like the shit going on in the background. I didn't know it was actually that. I didn't know that they were actually like doing that they were making music in the Backrooms. Like the Backrooms was creating music or trying to mimic music, you know? Had no idea. I thought that was just background noise. You know, ambiance and shit. Oh, sorry.
deteriorated. Beneath the speaker, we can see a black growth on the wall. Perhaps this is more of the mold or bacteria mentioned earlier. The carpet and wallpaper is chipping in several places. On the ground, there is an array of books and pieces of paper that's
in a
arranged
circle
around a specific point. This is kind of reminiscent of like in Found Footage 2, where that girl was doing experiments with the null zone in her room and began dropping things through to see what would happen. Here, this almost seems like the setup around a null zone, but it's in the complex. So maybe it was someone who thought this would be a gateway back out. We can see that the room around this has been ransacked. Drawers and cabinets pulled open. This would also explain why the chairs existed against the door in the room before this, as whoever was here didn't want anything getting in. But then that begs the question, then why did they not cover up the door right next to where Ravi was? I mean, Ravi just stepped through that door. If they're going to blockade one, you'd think they'd blockade the other. As Ravi looks around, something scares him.
Yeah, boo. It's a body.
Oh my God.
You better start running.
Now, we don't get a great look at what Ravi saw in the corner that made him exclaim. The corner's too dark to make anything out, but I think this is probably a dead body. Similar to how in Found Footage 2, that girl found where the body of the car crash victim crawled into the room and then died, and then that growth was all over it. I think here the darkness we see in the room is because there's a body in here. Someone probably fell into the backrooms and then survived for some time. Putting chairs against the door and then arranging the books in the room for some reason, perhaps to try to find their way back out before they either starved or were injured and died in that corner. And similar to the last place we found a body, something else is in here with him. As Ravi begins to run away, he remarks that he's leaving, and as he looks back, whatever was in there turns off the lights. Ravi continues to make a run for it, running to the makeshift furniture store and shutting the door behind him. And as he begins to leave, this happens.
Do. I remember this part. This freaked me out. I was like, bro, why didn't you push a couch in front of it? Nah. Nobody's home.
Hello?
Motherfucker. You just still piss me off with that bullshit. It's like, why do you say hello? It's like, bro, shut the fuck up and just start running. Like, what are you doing?
Hey!
This is such great horror, and I never want my analysis or trying to pick apart everything
It is so good.
videos to detract from the fact that this is such a great series. There are so many things we can ask ourselves in that little interaction. We've seen the life forms up until this point. They're these monstrous, stilted creatures with some vague human mindfulness, but a bad mimicry. And if this is just another one of those, then why, when it came to a shut door, did it knock? Only to then seemingly revert back to its settings of breaking down the door and chasing Ravi. There's something so menacing about this attempt to be human before it sheds the facade. It's little moments like this that add to the tension and mystery in a horrifying way and leaves us asking terrifying questions. Ravi, being chased, keeps running into new areas. He runs into one place that has the carpet and ceiling of some kind of office, empty water jugs everywhere throughout, before he gets to a walkway and finds himself in a massive city. No matter how much you know about the complex, it will always surprise you. This makes it appear that he's on a high floor of a skyscraper, the bridge connecting the two buildings together. Are what we see in the windows actual floors that can be accessed, or are these just images of floors pasted over the blank windows, like the ceiling with the sky we saw earlier? It's bathed in the same red light we saw in the street in Pitfalls. There's a night sky filled with stars above him, surely another mockery. The complex could theoretically be endless and have spaces as small and large as you could imagine. Of course, Ravi's still being chased and has no time to consider this as he pushes forward. He finds himself at first in another succinct room, a balcony with no access above him, and a ledge he climbs over. When he gets to the other side, he sees that
He actually did a lot more than what these other people have done. So he was just fucking going. He was running, and it surprised me that he was surviving this long.
this. Something that looks like the summarization of perhaps a school or a house in a neighborhood.
A
The tile
suburb?
ground looks like a walkway, and there are indicators that this is certainly mimicking an outdoor area. The green carpet alludes to grass, the street lamp, the slide, but the building itself is bare, just windows and a shell. It's like a house or a school, but a child's playset of a house or a school. All a facade to mimic the real thing. As Ravi is still being
So
followed, he
weird.
stands on the other side of this quote-unquote building, and suddenly the lights turn on.
Dude, he could have fell into one of those big ass squares.
Nowhere left to hide in the darkness, Ravi continues to run, making his way up a staircase and finding a structure more similar to the rest of the complex. Fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper. There's a black stain on the floor and some growth on the
Ew.
walls. Again, it seems in the years after Async's influence, the complex has continued to deteriorate. Ravi continues until he gets to a room that has the layout of an apartment. Power outlets on the wall, spaces for
Friends.
windows, a radiator, a kitchen. But of course, the structure is wrong. Where the windows are supposed to be, there's instead just a brick wall. Where the ceiling should be, there's nothing. The brick wall just continues to a large light. Ravi climbs up on a ladder to see this. What appears to be a Tibetan Buddhist statue facing away from him. Its placement here is obviously odd and haunting. But for some reason,
Dude,
its
that scared the
inclusion of
shit
this
out of me
away
the
from
first time.
Ravi, away from us feels even more menacing. Keep its presence in mind for now. The camera cuts
Okay.
and Ravi continues through more tight corridors, eventually finding himself in what appears to be reminiscent of a dance studio, categorized by the large white room with the mirrored walls.
Dance,
Speakers
dance,
adorned
revolution.
In this studio,
Bro, you're walking through this, getting chased, and out of nowhere, you just come to a dance studio. It's like, all right, about to bust a fucking move right here.
play an odd track.
Yeah, you can bust a move to that.
Ravi looks at a poster on the wall and sees this. This is a real poster of a USC Arcadia hospital flyer printed in Chinese. This is an actual
What?
flyer printed by the hospital in Arcadia,
Oh,
California for free
that's
health
actually cool. What the
screenings.
hell?
Only the version we see printed on the wall is the version for individuals who speak
In
Chinese.
2022?
Alarmingly, this flyer is from 2022, and we know that our cameraman at least went in 1995.
I didn't notice
So
that the
why
first time.
on Earth is it
Is it-
here?
why
Well, it
is
seems
there-
that the
yeah.
Backrooms is no respecter of times, right? So this whole place is just a jumbling of different areas and different periods of time in one
It's
place.
just picking
But
any
even then,
which
that
way.
doesn't make sense, because if that were the case, then the majority of the complex would be caves and huts and small villages.
Well, you don't know that.
Things that didn't just exist in the last 40 years. So what is this poster from 2022 doing in 1995? And this is also the second reference to Oriental imagery that we've seen, combined with the Buddha statue from earlier, and it won't be the last. Ravi sees a sign on the wall that reads exit and follows towards it. This brings him to a large room with a sort of tower that goes up and up. Around the tower seems to be several instruments. Old mixers, electronic keyboards, a microphone stand, and on the wall
great.
across from him, a painting of a smiling sun. He looks down the chasm beneath him and sees the same painting. He then looks up at the tower itself and sees the painting repeated over and over and over
Ew.
as this tower climbs. This sun, or this style of sun, is often referred to as splendor. With Cain, this splendor thing is a huge rabbit hole in itself, and the sun
Really?
has appeared in a lot of symbolism up until this point, and specifically the image of splendor will continue to appear as we move forward. It is a can of worms that I do not want to open right now, so we'll do that later. Robert
Okay.
finds what seems to be a radio system and thinks he can use it to call for help. After recording a distress signal, it seems that the signal begins to transmit. So as it does, Ravi continues to look for a way out. He continues back through the dance hall from before, coming now to a room with green carpet, where he comes across a drum set, as well as things like a plant and an RC car. This room branching off to several others. Now, if you'll remember, back in Ravi's apartment, we saw that he had a drum set. What are the chances of someone who has drums coming across drums in the back rooms? I mean, if they're just random printings and mismatchings of a ton of stuff from human culture, what's the chance a drum player finds drums? Ravi opens a door and finds himself somehow looped back to the makeshift playground from earlier. At the same time, Ravi starts to hear what sounds like someone transmitting through the radio, and he begins to run back, but as he does,
Oh yeah, this thing, dude. Bro, I completely forgot, dude. I actually got so scared when I saw that shit. I fucking jumped in my chair, like, oh fuck.
This creature is unlike any we've seen before. Seemingly, this was the thing that was following Ravi all the way back in the room where I thought there was a dead body. But this thing looks different. It is not the same jilted form of the life form. This seems far more human. It has the proportions closer, but if we slow it down as it moves, it still isn't right. The arm is too skinny, the head swings too much. It's still just as antagonizing, but something about this one is different. Kane at one point was asked what this life was, and he referred to it as still life. Now, if he meant this in reference to the art form still life, that is art made out of inanimate objects, or if he was just saying this thing is still life, regardless, the community has referred to this creature as still life ever since. So, rather than going to the radio, which is a dead end, Ravi crawls through a hole in the floor. When he gets to the other side, he pushes a couch and a cabinet over the entrance right before the thing gets to him. Finding himself in what appears to be an
yeah, baby.
The barricade won't hold forever, and he continues. Before the running continues, we get this spliced-in shot of wood trim at the bottom of a wall, and something small and black seems to be growing up underneath it. Perhaps this is more of the bacteria or growth we've seen throughout the rest of the complex. We then cut back to Ravi, who's making his way through a dark hallway. He comes to a room adorned with stop signs, wet floor signs, and a picture of Mao Zedong with candles lit around it. Again, this is more reference to Oriental and Chinese culture. It seems the complex doesn't just displace time, but location. Ravi continues through these concrete hallways, the setting very industrial, before he opens what looks like closet doors to find himself back in an office setting. He moves through here until he comes across these large windows. Windows that would seem at home along the edge of a skyscraper. He walks up to them and sees that the outdoors are once again bathed in a red light. City buildings, or the illusion of buildings, adorned around him.
I think this is when Robbie realized he wasn't gonna leave, that he wasn't gonna escape this place no matter what he did, because I don't think he even knew what he still didn't even understand where he was or even how to get back. So even if he did manage to find a way back, I don't think he would be able to go back, because it'll probably be at like a high up place or whatever the fuck.
This place seems in
that, and whatever's following him will probably follow him through the thing, and he would release it into the world.
Possibly big, and the idea of getting out seems further and further away. Across the street from him, in the midst of trees, is a giant road sign, tilted on its side and now pointing straight up. Ravi continues through the complex and finds himself on another walkway connecting the two buildings. He continues forward until he finds himself back in the yellow wallpaper we're familiar with. It seems he's lost the still life that was on his tail. He finds a hole in the wall to his right and sees that it overlooks the room with the chairs and the fake sky ceiling we saw earlier. Balanced upright next to him seems to be what looks like a book. It's either
I thought it was a brick.
or a brick with some writing or print on it. If you rewind to earlier in the video, when he first walks into the ground floor of this room, we can see the book still balanced up here. We don't know what this is or why it's here, but its camera presence makes it feel important. Ravi keeps pushing till he comes to a hallway that has a gap in the floor. Similar to what Async noted earlier, this could be the discretion between two different points or different kinds of rooms within the complex. He pays no mind to it, but it's more of these fissures between two different kinds of spaces that we've seen before. And then, making his way to a large hallway, Ravi finds this.
Dude, when I saw that, I fucking shit myself a little bit.
On its own in the middle of the hallway. There are no other indicators around it. There's no clue as to its purpose or how it got there.
And guess who shows up in the trailer to the Backrooms? Old Hams himself.
An artifact from something that might have been human at some point, but here feels so alien.
This motherfucker just shows up out of nowhere in the trailer.
Office space until he comes to a room with a
meaning it's
house.
connected.
There is a lot to take note of here. The ground is covered in discarded clothes. Charred stains and marks of perhaps
and a lawnmower
stretch on the floor to his right, leading off to a dark tunnel. The walls and ceiling are blue with white blotches, seemingly meant to give the illusion of the sky. This seems to be reminiscent of a house in the countryside, surrounded by nothing but trees and air. But here, it's a blue box with part of a house in it. The clothes everywhere feel reminiscent to things that we've seen Async come across. remnants of people. They're covering shed for some reason.
And then
we
there's a
come across
guy.
something that Async hasn't seen before. In the floor, seemingly fused into the ground, is a person, or the statue of a person, or a body calcified. We don't know what this is, but it sits there, still and lifeless amongst the clothes around it. Was this somebody? Is this the complex trying to approximate the image of somebody? Is this what happens to people who fall through null zones and are perhaps trapped in the in-between? Is this what happens to people like the
So
girl
weird.
in found footage too? The energy consuming them, making them a part of the space.
Oh,
know.
actually, I
Whatever
never
it
really
is,
thott about
it's
that. What if
terrifying.
that is?
Robbie continues
And then they
forward
just go
makes
into the
his way
ground or the wall.
into the open house. Inside,
Now
there
they
are
become
black
part of the
footprints across
complex.
the ground. Someone's been here before him. This house is far more detailed than other similar spaces we've come across. Not only does all of the architecture make sense, the kitchen is where it should be, the table is where it should be, but the details are far more explicit. There's cooking implements on the kitchen countertops, a bottle of whiskey on the kitchen table. The lights, couches, everything seems in place, but something seems wrong. The footsteps lead to a chair that's tipped over. Just beyond it, there's a shoe surrounded by black marks that seems half stuck in the floor.
Looks like
While
it
standing
exploded.
here, Ravi begins to hear footsteps around him. He looks towards the front door and again sees more detail. A lamp, a bookshelf, a fake bass on the wall, paintings. Ravi goes to open the front door to see that it's a dead end. There's pieces of what should be a porch, but they're surrounded in brick walls and concrete. But it sounds like someone is speaking to him right there. So, in desperation, Ravi calls out for help.
Help! Help!
Someone out there?
I'm sorry. I don't know where I am. I need help.
You're on private property. You need to leave.
I'm trying, okay? I don't want to be
This is the guy who keeps coming around here trying to talk to my boys.
What? No, my name is Ravi, sir. I'm not trying to cause you any trouble. I'm just lost.
Ravi can't see this person, but he can hear him. The other person, other
And
than
he
the
can
fact that
communicate with
Ravi's
him.
speaking to him, doesn't seem alarmed by the situation. He's asking if this is the guy who keeps coming trying to talk to his boys. Neither of them have any idea what's going on, and they continue
Oh, what?
My family's trying to sleep. Leave or I'm calling the police. If you really need help, the station's a quarter mile down the road.
Listen, I can't. I've been walking for like 9 fucking hours, man. Where the hell are we? I can't even see you. Actually, do call the cops. That's fine. Just please help me out here. Hello?
Okay.
What?
Where the hell are you? I just looked outside and I don't see you.
I'm not... I'm in like a living room with a fish on the wall.
What is this?
You're doing? Are you having a laugh over this?
I'm not. It's just, it sounds like you're on the other side of this wall, but this door goes nowhere.
The two of them can hear each other, but they can't see each other. And from what the other guy is saying, it doesn't sound like he's in the complex. It sounds like he's in the real world. So Ravi is in this house in the complex, and this guy is in this house in the real world, which means the complex has created a near perfect copy of this real world location within itself. Not only that, but as someone is standing in the mimicry of it in the complex, someone in the real edition can communicate with them seemingly through a null zone. This is huge for an analysis of the series. It confirms that several of the spaces we see are at least mimic, if not one-for-one recreations of things in reality. That's a massive piece of the puzzle put together. The things we see in this complex are taken from real spaces. Both Ravi and this man are standing in the same place, but in different realities. Or you could say different dimensions. The man seems convinced that Ravi is in the wall. This man seems sympathetic and tries to help Ravi by removing this space from the wall. But as he does so, this happens.
Thank you. I think it's...
What the fuck? What? Oh my god.
And then he just dies. Hello?
Hello? Hey, what happened? Hello?
Sure enough, it seems there was a null zone here, and when the man went to help Ravi, he was dragged in. Similar to the
Oh,
girl we saw in
fuck.
found footage too. But he doesn't show up with Ravi here. Even though the null zone's right here, it doesn't create a reliable spot from this space to the other across both dimensions. Or if it does, perhaps it puts them at different times in the same space. I think this might be the case for one reason. In the background of where the man is speaking from, we can hear a commercial playing. It seems the man had his TV on, and the sound is transmitting through here. Kane doesn't put things in by accident, and the commercial we hear playing is from a freecreditreport.com commercial that aired from 2007 to 2009. So perhaps then Ravi is in the copy of this house from 1995, but when the man touched the null zone, he showed up, perhaps in the exact same place, nearly 15 years later. We may see what happens to that guy in the future, but for now, Ravi is once again alone. Some time passes, and we cut to Ravi later,
God, I thought my
now
fucking...
bathed in red light. He points the camera at himself and begins to speak. It seems
Bro, for a minute, I thought my computer turned off.
that some time has passed, and Ravi is near his end. He could have been in the complex for days, or weeks, or months. Now,
Or
in his
years.
final moments, he turned the camera back on to record his last testament. He speaks of a pleasant memory when he was at a park with his friends, remarking that he can't remember the sky. Ravi remarks that he just wants to go home before saying that he was going to fix things, and the video ends. There's so many clues here, from the guy he speaks to, through the null zone, to the time discrepancies, to the splendor sun, to the oriental symbolism, to the still life. We'll get to that analysis shortly because there's only a few more videos to look at for now. Our next takes us back to Async for the lighting and tile survey. This is a presentation given to the Department of Energy by Dr. Julia Meisner. This presentation was on November 15th of 1989. This places lighting and tile survey pretty early on the timeline, 1 month after first contact, or in other words, 1 month after Async had stable access to the complex. This is when Async was just doing their research on the initial area past the threshold, and this video is simply their study of the architecture of the complex itself. To do research, they pull down one of the tiles and one of the lights from the ceiling. Looking up through the drop ceiling, they see something that looks completely standard. A subfloor above them, the lights connected to some central structure, HVAC ran above the drop ceiling. Everything looks perfectly normal, which makes it all the more odd. If the complex was just copying things we remember, then you wouldn't think it would copy all the infrastructure. Like, for example, you probably remember what the inside of your school looks like, but you don't remember what the plumbing, what the subfloor, what the insulation and heating systems looked like internally to the wall. So it's not like this place is just copying memories, it copies them well, at least in defined areas like the regular yellow wallpaper of the complex. And most of this video is dedicated to the analytics of it. In the presentation, Dr. Julia remarks that these lights are connected to something, as if it was in any regular building.
Drop my phone.
there's a central power supply.
Oh, hit my phone,
bit.
bit. More like
The
it,
ceiling
actually.
tiles themselves are strange in size.
See, when they brought this up in the actual, like, in the thing, I kind of, like, glazed over it. It kind of, like, I went a little glazed-eyed with it, but I still picked up on a few things that it was, like you said, it's connected to something, but they just don't know what, but because even if you, like, cut it off, but I think it's, even if you cut off the power supply, it still is on, and they don't know how that works.
Being quite large at 1.14 meters by 1.27 meters. For context, a standard drop ceiling tile is 0.6 meters in both directions. But other than being large, everything about them is completely normal. It's composed of a mineral composition, standard of ceiling tile, fibers of amorphous silicate. Everything about it is completely accurate. The same for the ballast that holds the fluorescent lights. It's composed of galvanized steel with a thin layer of zinc. The lights are 1.2 meters in length, a little longer but very close to T12 fluorescent bulbs. The gas composition of the bulbs themselves and their wiring is again all standard. Julia also remarked that the ballast and lights seem in great condition. Despite signs that they've been running for some time, there is no sign of physical wear. In fact, they are so accurate that they even have product information on them. The ballast is a universal Type A ballast, manufactured in 1975
who was
with
it?
its own serial number. The same applies to the light troffer, manufactured in 1970.
There was an actual company that, like, did that. that it created its own company, but I can't remember the name of it.
73 in Pennsylvania, and even the bulbs
Pennsylvania,
have
yeah.
Sylvania
It's
label
in
on
Pennsylvania.
them. There's something about this that feels menacing. It's one thing to contextualize the complex as a facade. It's just the cardboard standees of our reality to make us perhaps feel at home or approximate our existence. But we expect if we tore down the walls and we didn't find another room, we would find some dark void. We would find the absence of everything. But no, we pull apart the ceiling and it's just more ceiling. The subfloor above is also haunting, implying that you could dig up and find yourself in yet another room. This is just one layer of many. It's not even an
I wonder if they ever
approximation
tried
of our
that.
memories. It's an approximation that's better than our recollection. When I asked Kane what his favorite episode of the series is, he said it was Lighting and Tile Survey. I think that's fitting because this is a detail most of us wouldn't even think about. Oh, who manufactured the lights that are in the complex?
I was
They're
just
giving us an
fucking
answer
going
to a
through it because
question
it
we
was
didn't
part
know
of the
we
thing,
needed
but
to
I was like,
ask,
man, I
raises
don't really.
more haunting questions.
I mean, I really did not care about that this part of the fucking of it because it just talked about lights, but it also brought in a lot of interesting things that like it is taking real world inspiration and applying it to its own world, and it seems like it mastered this one slowly, but after that I was just like, it did not interest me. This episode was like the most lackluster one, and of course the creator loves it more.
Why are the Backrooms so good at being us? Why is it so picturesque to reality? Or at least why is it in some details, but in other, it can't remember how chairs work or where kitchen ornaments are supposed to go? When it comes to what it does make, it makes them perfectly. It leaves more questions as to what the true state of this place really is. This leads us, what is to date, the most recent video on Kane's channel about the Backrooms, besides the movie trailer. In between Lighting and Tile Survey and this upload was yet another series Kane started called People Still Live Here. I'm really interested in People Still Live Here, but I can tell that there are more episodes that are going to come out to make some things we've seen make sense. So if I was to make a video on it now, it'd just be pure speculation with not a lot of grounding. So I will cover People Still Live Here at some point, just after a few more episodes are out. But after all the episodes of that were uploaded, we got another Backrooms entry in Static Dead End. Static Dead End was dated to May 29th of 1990, meaning that this is, to date, the furthest episode we have in the async 1990 timeline, and meaning this occurred only a few days after the events of Reunion and Damage Control. So our video picks up right after everyone's figured out what really happened to Peter. By what really happened, I mean the time skip and him still being alive. If he's alive after running away, I'm not sure. They're all being told that once again he hit his head. We open with shots of nature as Marvin is on a phone call with George. If you'll remember, George was one of the researchers who was with Marvin and Peter when Peter disappeared in informational video. Marvin is furious, saying he doesn't like this and he doesn't trust the company. George is trying to reassure him that they all want the same thing. As they're talking, Marvin seems to blame async for Peter's death, fittingly so. We see a room where on a whiteboard, someone seems to have drawn the street from pitfalls, complete with the tunnel and trees around it. We see a label in the top left for room 14D plus 228. This makes sense because 14D is the room with all of the pits, and 228 must be the designation for this street. We see a closet space with things that async used to depress the DOE in presentation. A model of the initial threshold, pictures on the wall of how houses could be built in the complex. Marvin worries that they may be next. What happens if async considers them a liability? George remarks that it's okay, that they'll get through this, and then cut back to what async is doing in the complex. In room 14D, the room from pitfalls, we can see the completed walkway that allows researchers to step over the pits. They're also creating a sort of scaffolding.
I still think this is probably like the smartest I've ever seen like in-universe people do, instead of just like, you know, oh, we found a pattern in which is the safest way to cross, instead of just covering up every hole. And now they actually just like, yeah, we just covered up the holes.
Seemingly to lower people down to the street that Marvin previously fell into. And now this door that we've had so many questions about, the door at the end of the hallway.
And now we get to see it.
It's open and we can just walk right into it. And we can see the thing that Mark was so concerned about getting footage of in Pitfalls. In this room, at first, we see more hallways until we find something strange. Along one wall, the texture isn't printing correctly. Where it should be the regular wallpaper, it looks like the wall is expanding. Async has put up sections of tape along the wall to monitor it, and sure enough, assuming these all started as squares, they're beginning to stretch out. The complex is either growing or shrinking in this space. This isn't the first time we've seen a design like this. If you'll remember...
See, I was wondering why they even cared so much. Like, it was like, oh my god. Guys, you got a camera over here. It's lines. And I was like, okay, this is pretty underwhelming, but...
all the way back in informational video, when
that's pretty
Peter
cool,
was
though.
walking by himself and came to the room with the green floral wallpaper, he saw a similar thing where it looks like the design was stretched as if the room was moving. And here, for whatever reason, it seems the complex is doing the same. If you'll remember, all the way back in Pitfalls, when we saw the open door across the room,
you're gonna have to
there was
remind
a
me.
distinct green glow coming out of it. And then when Mark got to that door, he said he needs a camera now. And if you'll remember, in found footage too, right before the video ended, the walls began to move as the green lightning, as I called it.
Oh, so the green lightning, the green fissures are literally indications of the entire complex moving. Okay.
Began to appear. Perhaps this green energy indicates a change in the complex. And the reason it was glowing when Mark stepped up to it is because he was actively witnessing the walls moving. That would explain why he wanted a camera immediately despite Marvin falling into a pit. Now the greenness has gone away, but the after effects still remain. We can see where the complex itself
That's
stretched.
all right.
Marvin
Nah, this
continues
makes it
along
a
the
little bit
stretched
better.
walls until he comes to a new room that is weird even by the backroom standards. This room is carpeted with tile walls, but all of the effects in it seem off.
Or
It's as
clipping
if
through.
A soccer ball, a chair, a table, a couch are all half melded into the floor. Even sunken sections
And then
of
there's
the
just
floor
a
implies
chair.
that the floor melted into itself. Perhaps because this room was printed too hastily, or perhaps because of Async's meddling or something, it began to compress on itself. The artifacts that were within it began to deteriorate or become reabsorbed or didn't finish separating themselves from the wall of the back room around them. Perhaps
It
if you think
didn't
of it like
render.
a cell, it didn't get to properly divide before we laid eyes on it and it quit. Or alternatively, perhaps the complex was absorbing this area and didn't finish. You could even theorize
Like a video
that
game.
this presents a treadmill mindset of the complex. Perhaps it doesn't exist beyond what we interact with, but as we get closer to the edges, it prints more. Maybe that's why when the team got there in Pitfalls, they saw the green glow. And now that they're traveling through it, there is rooms you can step into.
Okay, that makes
but
a lot
you
more
haven't had
sense
the
now.
time to finish creating.
That would actually make a lot more sense, because now it's supposed to be an endless void, but now we're seeing parts of it of where maybe they did reach the edge and it just didn't know what else to put on, and then it had to hastily put something together in order for it to seem as though it is endless. So imagine like a top-down room, and it's just that square, and you see like the arrows going left, right, up, down, and then you pick left, and then the room loads in, and you go into the room, you know, and then so on and so forth, and now you got a map, and now you got two rooms you could go into, and you know that they're there. But if you look at a map, let's say you look at a map, every room that you step into, you only know two rooms. So that means that there's no other rooms that exist, quote unquote, until you either beat that portion of where you are in the room or you move on to the next room. And then more and more and more start loading in. And then suddenly now you have this whole place that is, quote unquote, endless. So what if they actually made it to a part where they weren't supposed to get there yet, but when they got there, it had no time to make anything. So it just threw it together in order for the people to just keep walking through. Like an unfinished map, you know?
As they should, in a better mimicry. The remark on the weirdness of the room
That makes
they're
sense.
in, the final moments, the camera traces to a lawn chair atop a mound beneath the carpet. With that, the video ends.
I still don't get it.
As we get more answers about the complex, there are more questions. Sure, we know that people can be in the same place, and we know that the complex copies real spaces. But what's that mean for the green glow, or rooms like this? With every answer, we get more questions, and I'm sure there will be a lot more asked before and after the movie comes out. But there's one more video that I haven't covered that I've been saving for the end that I want to talk about now. As a matter of fact, it's the only video in the Backrooms series that does not have the label of Backrooms in front of it.
Really?
That video is I Remember. I Remember is the shortest video in the series, clocking
I
in
remember.
a minute and 30 seconds. It's also the only video that doesn't show up in the official Backrooms playlist. And
Really?
I think that's because it's not something we're meant to know everything about now, but it certainly points us towards a lot. The video opens with the camera watching the sun peek through a window as wind chimes are heard. Someone begins a recording and begins to narrate. As they do, we see a missing persons poster on the ground, images of the sea and the sun splitting
Whoa, what
on
the
themselves,
hell?
just like the sky did at the end of Overflow. We see Asink's hallways and conference rooms bend and stretch.
Dude, this is actually pretty fucking fire. What?
On the whiteboard tells us that cell images clustering leads to individual cell clarification. Perhaps the researchers were trying to better understand the bacteria, or something else we don't know of yet. We see old computers and servers, the early days of async. We see the facility itself bend and bow. We see the same for the prototype that led to all of this in the first place. And then we see an image of a researcher in a gas mask with a protection hood standing before a great light. As he does, the image of himself bows as the light goes from yellow to green, witnessing something remarkable that is stuck with our narrator. Before finally we see an image of old computers lining a room, the image itself labeled CRN-S8R3. And as the image stretches, I Remember ends. This final image seems to be of a computer room. Perhaps the labeling,
but it looks
some code
weird.
I haven't figured out yet, is just a designation for this room. Or perhaps something in this room that was meant to be remembered. Like perhaps it means computer room 9, slot 8, row 3, for example. There's not a lot we can do with this image yet, but there is a lot we can do with the narration. The narration read during this video reads as follows. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world, this was a vestige, calling forward unto strangled ears.
Dude, I had no idea any of this shit was actually like. I didn't know I missed this much already in the Backrooms video that I made.
The seabed with all the other forgotten things. But I remember.
Or that reacts
fleeting
to.
Shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards to themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? You've always been here. I believe that this is about the complex, and I believe it's about the complex before it was ever even called that. And I believe the man we see in the mask and the man we hear narrating is Ivan Beck. And I believe that everything that we have witnessed thus far has been because of him. I mean, as Kane said, he's the protagonist and the antagonist of the story, right? All of that I'll talk about in a moment, but for now, to make sure we're all on the same confusing page, let's talk about the timeline. And let's do it in the only stupid way that I know how. See, look at this. It's color coordinated and everything.
Oh my god. He brought out the board.
I mentioned most of the upload dates as we went through the series, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, Overflow is the earliest event we have on the timeline, occurring sometime in August of 1972. This is what caused the experiment that caused the green light to form, and as far as we know, is the first time humanity made contact with the complex. Or, you know, the energy that's behind the complex or something. After that, we don't have an event until May 10th of 1982, when Prototype takes place. During that gap, we know that a lot of research has been performed, because what started as an experiment that seemingly accidentally opened up the complex is now becoming them teleporting marbles to it, or trying to access it. Now, according to the dialogue we hear at the beginning of the third test, we're told that in April of 1988, Ivan Beck gave a presentation to the United States government. In that presentation, he said that if Async was allowed to conduct their research on the complex, it would offer a solution to all future storage and residential needs. And obviously from presentation, we know that he's referring to putting people and things in the back rooms. This is important context because Beck gave this presentation before Async opened the threshold. That means sometime before April 1988 and either Overflow or Prototype, Ivan Beck figured out what was in the complex. Or he at least figured out it was a space that you could hypothetically put people and things in if you could open the door. But remember, Async didn't manage to keep the door open and explore it until first contact. So that means somehow Ivan had information about what the complex was before Async did, and that'll matter for the theories later. So in April of 1988, Beck gives this presentation, and by July, the third test happens. So seemingly, the presentation went well, Async began their research, and then by October 17th of 1989, first contact happens, or in other words, Async conducts their sixth test and manages to keep the doorway open. So we have what we know so far to be the first interaction with the complex taking place in August of 1972, and then Async gets the threshold open in October of 1989. So 17 years of research
Bro, I don't know why I feel like I should be like writing notes or some shit.
occurred between overflow and first contact. 1 month later, in November of 1989, the lighting and tile survey takes place. So Async took a good month to map out the dimensions and specifics of what they were seeing. Of course, as we saw from lighting and tile survey, whatever mimicry this place was, it was pretty good at it. Then we move
Very
into
good at it.
1990, when a ton of stuff happens. The vast majority of Async's role in the story occurs in 1990. As soon as Async managed to open the threshold in first contact, people began disappearing, and the earthquake also occurred, as mentioned earlier. But the video missing persons occurred on February 3rd of 1990. I believe the first date we get for a person going missing on one of the missing persons posters is in December of 1989, but by February of 1990, or just a couple months later, it's become a noticeable problem. Because of Async's meddling, people are falling into the backrooms. At the end of the month, on February 29th, or March 1st, as we talked about the leap year discrepancy, informational video occurs when Peter skips ahead 2 months. The rest of Async believes him to be dead or gone and fake his death. About a week later, on March 5th, in Motion Detected, Async sees on the security cameras that there are things in the complex that are getting very close to the threshold. About a week later, on March the 5th, Motion Detected takes place. This is when Async sees on their security cameras that these life forms are in the complex and very close to the threshold. We're not sure what Async's reaction to this is, but we do see what their reaction is to the next major story event, Pitfalls. It's very possible that, similar to their knowledge of Peter being alive later, to keep things running smooth, Async leadership didn't disclose to the rest of Async that they saw something on the security camera. Regardless, 2 months later, on May 6th, Pitfalls and Report take place. Pitfalls being the episode where Marvin falls into the pit and then sees the life form in the house at the end of the red street. He gets out of there, the camera's passed off to Async leadership, and on the same day, May 6th, they review it and become terrified by what they see.
I mean, I would too, wouldn't y'all? If you see a big old spindly man that sounds like a fucking human being, and you turn the corner, it's like, oh, hey, I'm here to help. And then you just hear, ah, help, help. And then this fucking thing, you just see it, and you're like, that is not a human. Fuck out of here, dude. Just fucking start sprinting.
As we now know Clyde to be the one who reviewed the footage, and given his conspiracy with Ivan Beck to keep Peter's existence a secret, it's possible that when Clyde saw the life form in Pitfalls, he wasn't so much terrified by its existence, but rather terrified by the fact that now they can't keep it a secret. Or if they did know of the life form's existence, they thought they would stay away from people, but after watching the life form chase Marvin, that theory's out the window.
Yeah.
So after Pitfalls and Report, Async boards up the opening just past the threshold, and for the time, stops their investigation further into the complex. Which is really bad timing because the next day, on May 7th, is when the Department of Energy is coming to see if Async is deserving of more funding.
Oh,
this is good explanation as to why in presentation, when it shows the Department of Energy people being toward the complex, they're just in that initial room past the threshold. They don't go past the opening that is now boarded up. And we see in presentation what Async's plans are to allow the government to use the complex for housing and storage. The Department of Energy is there for a few days, and while they're there, on May 8th, is when Peter shows back up. Which now that I think about it, I guess Peter got to what used to be the opening back to the room in the back rooms that led to the threshold and saw the giant boarded up wall. And we don't see it, but I guess he just broke through that, I guess.
Oh, actually?
But Peter is...
Maybe Peter shot through it. Who knows? He could have broke through it actually.
Alive, only Clyde and Ivan Beck and maybe a couple other async leaders know of this. So they put Peter in isolation while they figure out what to do with him. And then on May 22nd, when they are moving him to above ground housing, he escapes into the complex. And then 3 days later, on May 25th, is when Peter, hiding in the complex, attacks Mark and Marvin, stealing the shotgun, and then running back through the async facility, as we see in Damage Control. All of that occurs on the same day, and then seemingly at the end of the chase, Peter falls and hits his head and dies. Or if you go by my theory, he's still out there somewhere, but we don't know for now.
If he's out there, it would be kind of insane.
Ups kept Peter's existence or post-death existence from them. They don't hesitate on their explorations, and on May 29th, Static Dead End takes place. This is when Async has covered the pits from pitfalls and made it to the room on the other side, where we can see the backrooms moving.
And then
expanding or shrinking, we're not sure yet. But we are sure that it has something to do with the green glow, as we saw all the way back in Pitfalls. And so far, that is the end of our async timeline. The last thing we see is them doing research in the back rooms, discovering these expanding walls and the door past pitfalls, and then there is a huge gap in the timeline. Because our next event
about like
doesn't
9
take
years
place until over a year later in July of 1991.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, it's not huge compared to like the total time length we're working with, but it is huge considering that all of these were within like days or weeks of each other.
Oh, wait. 1990. Okay. It said that in Static Dead. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Because after the last we see of Async's research, Found Footage 1 happens where we see a complex devoid of Async. Does that mean something happened to Async in there? Or it's also possible that the complex is just really big and the chances of someone falling into the back rooms and then coming across Async are pretty low. I mean, it'd be like dropping 2 people at random points in the ocean and hoping they swim into each other. But the first found footage happens and the cameraman, named Kane from that episode, is seemingly attacked or killed by a life form. And then his camera falls out of the back rooms back into our reality. Obviously, we know that the threshold at Async allows people to come and go from the complex, but we haven't seen that done with null zones yet. We see people speaking through the null zones at the end of Found Footage 3, but no one actually passing back over. Although that does seem to be what's happening in the movie trailer, but we'll get to that. What we do know is if someone does go through the null zone that the camera fell through, that would be really bad, as that drops you back into reality, like 3,000 feet in the air. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine surviving the backrooms and getting out of it, only to fall to your death? Well, after the first found footage, we have an even bigger time jump.
Shit, actually,
because nearly 4 years later, Found Footage 3 takes place in April of 1995. I mean, we see all the chaos that can happen to the complex in a couple months. Imagine what can happen in 4 years. And in Found Footage 3 is when we see the speakers with the weird music. We see signs that people have been trying to survive in there. We see the signs of the sun's splendor. We see a still life attack Ravi. And we see communication through a null zone, seemingly also through time.
It's actually kind of weird too, because Found Footage 2 and 3 kind of take place in the same. If you look at it right there from the graph, it takes place in the same time, but she dies, and then Found Footage 1 camera is found, but then he lives for another, who knows, all these years until 2000, almost, was it 2004, 2009? Looks like was this 04? Was October? 0709. Oh, 0709. So it could be like around 2007, 2009, either or. But like, could you imagine living for like decades, basically? Almost a decade? Is it a decade? 1995. Yeah, like fucking 13 years. Just in the back rooms and fucking then just dying.
4 months after that, in August of 1995, Found Footage 2 takes place, where the girls discover the null zone and she's
August.
and is pulled in. Again, we see an even further decay.
But they're still in the same
we
place.
See the growth
right?
over the walls with the picture.
I
We
don't
see
know.
another life form attack, and we see that green glow everywhere, especially at the end. Perhaps if that green represents energy and it represents the complex changing, something async does in this gap around here causes the complex to become far more unstable. Perhaps Ravi was just lucky, I mean, comparatively.
He got
in
very
Found
lucky.
Footage 3 to come across areas that weren't unstable, but the cameraman in Found Footage 2 certainly found it. But this also shows how significant the time jump was for the camera in Found Footage 1, because it's not until after over a year has passed since Found Footage 2 that the camera from Found Footage 1 is recovered on September 23rd of 1996. Keep in mind, the only reason we have the date of July 1991 for Found Footage 1 is because that's the date on the clapboard at the beginning before that guy fell into the complex. So he might have skipped to 1996 when he fell in, or the camera did when it fell out. If he skipped when he fell in, then that means the complex we see from Found Footage 1 could have been one post all of the green glow and weird stuff we see in 2 and 3. Again, the complex could just be big. It could just be that the 3 found footage videos are missing everything happening with async because of distance, or the consequences of what we see in the found footage series is because of everything async did in 1990. The damage they left could be what the found footage series is experiencing.
Could you imagine, like, explaining this to somebody that, like, I could just try to, like, explain the Backrooms to my brother, and he's just gonna be sitting there, it's like, I don't give a fuck what this is. Like, what the hell is even happening? Like, it would confuse so many people, dude. And you're gonna have to, like, really, like this. And I do, and it like tickles, it scratches the part of my brain that I like, and it's because it's complex and I like it. I like it.
And then finally,
I like this a lot.
jump we have on the timeline, again because of the commercial, is the fact that the dad who is speaking to Ravi in Found Footage 3 is doing so from 2007 to 2009. Communication in the complex, even with those outside of the complex, can span decades. And this isn't even considering the fact that the poster Ravi sees on the wall is from 2022. But that also makes it interesting that the complex doesn't seem to be pulling anything that could be from before 1972. I mean, sure, we see grandfather clocks and old inventions that could predate it, but we don't see like stone huts or like blacksmith shops. Everything we see could perceivably exist in a post-1972 reality. But why? Well, I have a theory as to why that I'll talk about later, but for now, there
Transcends
is one event
time
on the timeline that I have kept from mentioning until now.
Oh no. They don't want us to know, Wendy. They don't want us to
I
know.
didn't mean to do that. And that is Clark's expedition, that at least some of it happens on June 29th of 1990. What am I talking about? Well, in the trailer for the Backrooms film, we can see our protagonist, Clark, exploring the complex seemingly for the first time.
So it's in
And when
1990.
he comes across a security camera, likely async security camera, we can see on the security footage that it was taken on June 29th of 1990. That means that at least some of events in the film are set right here, at the end of the timeline we've been building up to with much of the async storyline.
Oh.
When's the film set? The 90s? 93, right? 1990, okay.
June, July.
Okay, that kind of like blows my fucking found footage 4. I mean, it could. It could still be found footage 4. I still want to hold on to that fucking theory. I want to die on that hill. God damn it. I want this to be found footage 4 because, well, you already tell that found footage like 2 and 3 were already like they were kind of the same year, but like a month or so, a few months apart. And it seems like Robbie fucking lived. I don't know. I think it's found footage 4.
1990.
Okay.
The YouTube series is just at the end of May 1990, so it's right there.
Okay, gotcha. So we're all within the same, like, few months of each other?
Yep.
This gets me pretty excited for the film.
I want to see this
more
shit.
than I already was.
Because this will probably be the
Because
peak of
most my
async.
questions about the series are right here. How
In the
do
middle.
the async events resolve? What did they do to the complex that makes it the way we see in the found footage sections? Kane has stated that this movie will work as a standalone, but it's also, of course, a part of this series.
Is the film going to tie in to the YouTube series? Is it like it's a continuation of it?
Yes.
But it will also be standalone. The people that aren't familiar can
Yes.
can
Also,
walk
yes.
into it. Okay.
Yeah, that was a massive piece of just the development of this. I have never been okay, like, retconning or breaking continuity. I think the film we have is one that absolutely is open to new viewers. I think it fits perfectly with where the YouTube series was heading. It bridges and sets up a number of things that I want to dig into more in the future. And I think on all fronts it just generally is perfectly in the continuity of the world that's been established.
So I think in the film, we're going to get a lot of questions about async.
I like how he cut him off.
I've been asking up until now.
He just cut him. Was like, all right, you're talking enough, Kane. It's my video.
But as it stands, this is every piece of the timeline that we have so far. So now that we've established that, let's talk about the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean the things that will inevitably kill me. So there's a few things I want to talk about, but
it goes into a void.
Thing I want to talk about is what is the complex, literally. We can stew on symbolism in a moment, but for now, I'm asking, what is it as it exists as a 3D space?
All right, let's get into
in
this.
This recent batch of episodes, Found Footage 3 in particular, we get more information about it than we ever have. I've theorized since the first video that the Backrooms seems to be a place that amasses people's memories. Things that would otherwise be forgotten live forever here. But similar to a memory, it's not a perfect copy. At the end of Found Footage 3, we see what I think is a pretty good replication. In the blue house, it's good enough that both Ravi and the father can speak to each other from the same relative space, and Ravi can even identify details like the fish on the wall. But this room as well felt much more specific. There was drinks on the table, a chair was pushed over, there was signs of life in the house. All of the furniture and implements went where they're supposed to go. As far as copies go, the blue house is
There's also
pretty good.
spilled salt.
But when we look at other spaces
bad
in the
luck.
complex, that facade starts to crumble. Take, for example, the room seen in Found Footage 2. Sure, we see something that's trying to be a kitchen and a space nearby that might be a kitchen table.
That looks like something
The
I could
details
sit
are
in.
wrong, they're out of place, they're exaggerated. Or the house at the end that contains the life form, the one that the car crashed into. Seems to be a perfect layout of the house, but all of the details are missing, save for a few, like the picture on the wall. Like a memory, details fade, but the structures themselves do come from something that does exist. Now, while I think memories are certainly what Kane is going for here, that may not be the vehicle by which places in the complex are created. There might be a physical explanation as to why some parts of the complex are accurate to their real-world counterparts and other places are not.
Probably
For
because I
example,
had more time.
null zones. We know that null zones work for at least people to cross into the complex, but what if it allows space to cross over as well? At the end of Found Footage 3, when we see the most accurate structure that we found so far, what happens at the end of that conversation? The father falls through a null zone. We've already established that the complex isn't hindered by time. So regardless of when the father falls through the null zone, the fact that that house is so close to a null zone makes its signal stronger, or its image more accurate to its real counterpart. Now, this theory also has some holes in it. If that were the case, then every initial room someone falls into should be pretty true to the Earth version, and then as they walk away, it becomes more distorted and dreamlike. But we know that's not the case. In Found Footage 1 and Found Footage 2, the first place they step into is already pretty deconstructed. Even if you want to say the null zones aren't true bridges. For example, say here you had 4 null zones that each have a counterpart in reality and a counterpart in the complex. Well, the way you may expect them to work is to connect directly across to each other like a bridge. So if the father in Found Footage 3 goes through the null zone in his house, he should show up in the complex counterpart in his house. But again, the complex is so weird about space-time. You could step into this one and wind up in this one. You could step in this one and wind
Go
up in this
there,
one.
everywhere,
This guy could wind up in
left,
this
right,
one. And maybe
up, down.
sometimes they are direct, but for the most part, there's probably no predicting. Again, it's not like the complex cares for space or time. But even if that's the theory you're working with, then the null zone you fall into should be similar to somewhere, with all the appropriate specifics of that place's reality counterpart. But unless there's a plethora of empty white and carpeted rooms somewhere and endless yellow hallways, that doesn't seem to be the case. The other theory is perhaps spaces in the back room become more accurate when it has a hold of the person whose memories it's trying to copy. Say, for example, that the yellow wallpaper and elaborate hallways come from the memories of someone who only had an interaction with the complex for like a minute. Well, that would make sense as to why the hallways don't make sense, because if we want to think of the complex as a scanner, it didn't have enough time to copy the image. Whereas if someone like Ravi falls into a null zone, well, now the complex has days and weeks to copy images from his mind, so his memories should be much more specific.
And he's also a reporter, so he probably, like he said, he has a probably better memory than most, and he's able to like memorize details. So he's able to actually just like that.
Or I should say, the manifestation of his memories. This could be an explanation for a weird detail that showed up in Found Footage 3. As I called out in Found Footage 3, we can see that in Ravi's house, he has a drum kit. And then sure enough, one of the things he runs into in the complex is a drum kit. If you ask me, this is too specific to be coincidental. The first theory to the complex that I mentioned could be
He did mention that earlier.
The space's proximity to the null zone that leads to Ravi's apartment could be the reason that it copied a drum kit, because in the real world there's a drum kit nearby. But it could also be because Ravi's nearby, so it's just building what he knows. This is a theory that's plausible, but we don't have enough information on to confirm or deny yet. If in the film or later in the series we see someone interact with a place that they recognize from our reality, then that probably means that I'm right about the second theory. That's all it takes to be considered good at these theories. If you just throw enough stuff out, someone will think you're clever. So the complex seems to be a place where memories manifest, or at least images from our reality are copied over. There's a bunch of theories that the complex is some kind of simulation, or everything in the Backrooms is happening within a computer, as well as theories like everything in the complex is inside of the mind or a dream of Ivan Beck. And maybe metaphorically on that last point, but I don't think that's what's happening literally. For one, both of those explanations seem pretty lame, but we see so much interaction with the outside world and conversations with the DOE and people slipping into the complex that simulation or dream theory doesn't really track here. The complex is certainly a place, and it is certainly using information from our world. If it gets that information directly from the world or uses us as a conduit, we don't know yet. So now that we've talked about what the complex is, let's talk about some of the things that can be in it, of which currently there are 3 things.
Bro, all I did was I was listening, I looked down to like see a notification on my phone, look back up, he was like, let's get back, and she pulls out a fucking board. Look at this shit.
Uses us as a conduit, we don't know yet. So now that we've talked about what the complex
Look at this
is,
shit.
let's talk about some of the things that can be in it, of which currently there are 3 things we know of, besides people. That is the Hay bacillus bacteria, the life form.
He just pulls out a board. I don't know why I found that so funny. Just, it was like, all right, we got rid of the whiteboard. Here's another one. It just says
and the still life. Let's go through each of these.
I'm sorry.
And in blue, I have things we know about
Ignore-
them, and in
ignore
orange,
me.
my speculation on them. So, starting with the bacteria that we saw in Missing Persons, we know that the bacteria mutated in the complex as compared to its real-world counterpart. We know from its discovery in Missing Persons that it at least can exist on dead bodies. And from what we see in Autopsy Report, we know it has the capability to preserve body parts. Now, for some minor speculation, we know that there are several black growths around the complex. These seem to be strains of the bacteria that are growing everywhere. It seems that the bacteria attaches to bodies after death. In other words, they're not the cause of death. Sure, they have the ability to preserve organs, but we never hear anything about the bacteria itself being dangerous. But what we do hear is a lot of coughing. From Found Footage 1 to Pitfalls, anytime someone's in the complex for a while, they start to cough. I believe this is because of the bacteria's presence. It may not be lethal, but it certainly attaches to whoever it can. And being that small, it would explain how it's able to get through Asynch's respirators, as again we see with Marvin in Pitfalls. Now, the other entity who we see the most of in the series is the life form. The life form shows up in Found Footage 1, Found Footage 2, Motion Detected, and Pitfalls. Well, what we know about the life form is it has at least some mimicry. It's at least shaped a little bit like a human, and the noises it makes are reminiscent of people. A lot of people compare him to the head crab zombies from Half-Life. It sounds like there is someone screaming in there, it's just so distorted and muffled, what comes out is monstrous. They seem to be hostile or at the very least attracted to people. In every instance, once they see a human, they begin to chase them. We've never seen what happens when they get a hold of someone, but given their everything, it's probably not good. From found
Yeah, I'm
footage, too,
pretty
we
sure
see
they
that
kill them
definitely
and like mimic them.
gross. Whatever that nest was in the back room of the house the car crashed into, the life form came out of it. It seemed to be waiting there in dormancy until someone came by. And we also always see them after human aftermath. In found footage one showed up right after we saw the writing on the wall. In Pitfalls, we saw one right after Marvin found the camp where it looked like someone had been living. And of course, in found footage 2, one comes out of the room where seemingly the driver of the car died. Going into further theories with them, though, it seems that they're attracted to noise in general. Besides everyone making noise before they're attacked, we can see that on the writing from found footage 1. On that wall writing, we see phrases like, "I fear the sound doesn't stop," "God closed his eyes," but we also see "it hears me" repeated over and over. And
Don't
again, this is
move,
before the
stay
life form
still.
attack, so we can assume by it, the writer meant the life form. There's also the writing on there that says, "Don't move, stay still." So maybe like a T-Rex, if you just hold still, the life form won't see you. But understandably, everyone who's encountered one so far
Runs.
starts screaming and running. I also believe that the life forms are made of human parts. If you look closely,
Could be.
especially
Oh,
at
you know
the
what?
one in
I could see
Pitfalls,
that.
it looks like human bones connected improperly, as if its arm is several femurs and a hip coupled together. Combine that with the tubes or organs that run over them and the fact that their calls sound kind of human, it seems that these things are made from scavenged human remains. Speaking of the dead, they also
Brings
seem to have
back the
vocalization
fucking whiteboard. Speaking of,
from the recently dead. The found footage life forms make this kind of obvious, as
I wanna go back to that
are
one more
made
time.
from scavenged human remains. Speaking of the dead, they also seem to have vocalization.
I'm sorry, I don't know why it's so funny
The
to me.
found footage life forms make this kind of obvious, as it's someone screaming, which yeah, that's probably what they were doing before this 12-foot tall thing killed them. But it's especially
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What a pause.
apparent
Okay,
in
go back.
Pitfalls, as the whole reason Marvin went over there in the first place is because he heard someone calling for help.
Oh,
And when we
fuck,
find the
okay.
life form, it's repeating the phrase, "Is anyone
Speaking
there?
of.
Somebody help me," over and over. These were probably the final words of whoever was staying
Take a look
in
at
that
that.
house. The life form now repeating it to lure others in. And again, from
Oh,
found footage
jeez.
2, they build these large nests where people have died. It looks like in the same spot where the person in the car likely bled out, the life form grew around them, eventually consuming their pieces. And finally, we have our most recent and so far most scarce form of life in the complex, still life. We only see still life in found footage 3, and from what we see, they are very aggressive. They seem to run with much more precision and determination than the life forms. They are also very humanoid. Sure, the life form has elements of being a human, but other than the specifics,
But it
the
can't
still life
copy
seems
it.
to be in the full shape of a person. Sure, the details we can make out as it's running look kind of uncanny, but the way it runs, the way it crawls, looks like a person. But at the same time, we see that while they are human-like, they do not have human intellect. In other words, they know how to do things like knock on doors or turn off lights, but it doesn't know when to do them. As when Ravi's making his initial escape from it, he shuts the door, so the life form knocks. It's as if it knows humans are supposed to knock on doors, but not when or why. So now let's talk about some of my inferences with the still life. What is the only other humanoid thing we see in found footage 3? The only other thing that has the shape of a person? That's right, the statue or statue thing coming out of the ground in front of the blue house. What do we also see in front of the blue house? A bunch of empty clothes and blood everywhere. The still life we see run at Ravi looks strangely colorless, and a lot of its details faded and blurred together. I think the half statue we see in the ground is an incomplete still life being birthed from the complex itself. I also believe that the still life might be trying to mimic human behavior. That seems obvious given my previous point about them knocking on the door, But what I mean by this is for some reason they want to seem human, even though they clearly aren't. They seem to be brutal and leave carnage behind them, as seen from the site in front of the blue house and as seen by how they chase Ravi. And most interestingly to me, they seem to just be an icon of people. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the one we see coming up out of the ground in front of the blue house and found,
Kind of looks like the soldier thing, right?
Assuming I'm right and assuming that's a still life, we see that it has a phone up to its ear. Why would a still life or any creation need to have a phone? Well, what if that's the state someone else was in before they were copied? If all the complex can make is recreations, then we can assume that the still life is a recreation of someone. And it takes a snapshot of whatever they are in a moment or their icon and then pastes that into the complex. I don't know yet why this would make them so violent or why they would want people dead, but I think still lifes are a creation of the complex as much as the rooms are. And I have a theory that connects all of these forms of life together. Beginning with the still life, I think that the still life is the complex's attempt at creating people. We know it does the same thing with space, right? For some reason, it takes influence from the real world and copies it in its own walls. I think still life means the complex is doing that, but with persons. This could be something it's always done. This could be something it's done since Async's meddling, which would explain why the only time we see it is in 1995, 5 years after Async. And I think that's why Kane referred to it as still life. Again, inanimate objects given shape. These creatures are made up of the walls and grounds of the complex. That's why they seem to be made of the same material they're right.
You know, it'd be weird. I thought still life was actually the driver of the car, and it just became no, that wouldn't make sense.
Rising up from. And I think just as the spaces within the complex mimic our spaces, the still life mimic our behavior. It makes sense to me because just like how the complex doesn't know how tall the chairs are supposed to be, or where the sink or oven's supposed to go, it doesn't know when people are supposed to knock. The still life are the pieces of humanity with the specifics out of place, just as the spaces themselves are the places of humanity, but with the pieces all messed up. Just how the Backrooms are a dreamlike representation of the reality we're in, the still life are a nightmare of what we are. But with my theory, I'm not sure why the complex would think, if the complex does think, why the complex would assume that humans are super violent all the time, unless that's like a commentary on us being awful. But I think a lot of the bodies we see in the complex may be the result of still life killing people who fall into the Backrooms, to which those bodies are then infested by the bacteria. We know that the bacteria infest dead bodies, and we know that it can preserve organs. Why would the bacteria need to keep body parts around?
I do not know. I don't know, to keep it, to like try and mimic life.
Maybe because that's what life forms are made up of. And remember how life forms always seem to come from the mold or bacterial growth? Well, I believe that the bacteria and the life form are
connected.
The same thing.
Okay.
Cycle of life goes kind of like this. After someone dies, the bacteria cover their body and preserve some elements. Elements that can be useful later, like bones or a heart or lungs or vocal cords. When enough of the bacteria have formed together, they create these elaborate colonies that are capable of motion. It doesn't have to just use body parts. There's a popular theory that the life form we see in Found Footage 1 uses a camera tripod for part of its composure. The bacteria could consume
one could use
wants,
veins.
at least some of what it consumes, as we know from Missing Persons and Autopsy Report, is organs. Organs is organ, whatever. And these bacterial colonies need to continue to grow. So it uses information gleaned from its last subject, things like a cry for help, and then uses that to lure others in. I think that's why we get things like in Pitfall, where we have a 10-foot tall life form that seems to be two bodies shoved together. This also explains why their movement is so
actually,
jolty and
yeah.
clunky. I mean, it's a massive bacterial colony trying to get human parts to move towards something else. And on
Okay. I think we're gonna have to end it off. Not end it off right here. We're gonna come back to it next time.
colony trying to get human parts to move towards something else. And honestly,
All right,
the biggest piece
let's
of
do
evidence
this.
for this whole thing is among the pictures that Kane posted to his Ko-fi account, or Ko-fi, however you pronounce it.
I say
He
coffee.
posted the very first image of a life form. He titled it bacteria. So that would mean that the bacteria, and therefore the life form, is the only
Fucking whiteboard, dude. I can't. Oh my god.
And we can assume that Hey Bacillus came over with a person or an animal at some point through a null zone, as it's not like they said the Hey Bacillus came from the complex, it just mutated there. While the only form of life we do see comes straight from the complex seems to be inorganic, as it appears to be made from the structure of the complex itself. This leads me to believe that the complex itself can't create true life. It can create the shape of life using the components it has around it to mimic people, but these are effectively automatons, and a far cry from the organic life, mutated or otherwise, that we find in the complex. We know that the complex itself became less stable as Async began to mess with it, hence the missing persons cases and the earthquakes.
Yeah.
Perhaps the complex, like an immune system, is attempting to shake Async off, hence the still life. And if the still...
That's true. That means that this complex is aware of what's going on inside of it, which would make sense because this thing is continuously adapting from what I remember during this video, is that this thing is continuously adapting even after like the Backrooms videos, the found footage or the series on YouTube that we see. It showed that it was trying to adapt before anybody could see what was behind the door. I had an analogy for it, but I completely forgot what it was.
Life are effectively the complex's antibodies. Well, that explains why they're so violent. They're not organic, they're not real life, but their job is to make sure that all the real life stays away. Perhaps the complex doesn't want anyone in it in the first place, and these null zones
makes sense
are just a byproduct of Async's meddling. Also, I keep using words to describe the complex like wants or thinks, but keep in mind I'm saying that in a very loose sense, as if I said, if I drop this coffee mug, it'll want to fall. I mean gravity's going to make it fall, but you get it. Whatever force that is in the complex might be attempting to repel people. We don't know why or when the complex began to mimic human life, or why the bacteria mutated into these colonies that can create life forms that hunt other people down, but it may all be a symptom of the complex's affinity, willing or otherwise, to keep people out. I should also mention that if my theory about still life is correct, then there's nothing saying the complex has to make the still life look like a human. If these are just defensive measures of the complex system, then it could be anything that could ward off people. The mimicry could be based on a vehicle, or a statue, or a really tall paper mache giant.
Oh my god.
That's not me saying Kane is going to put the rolling giant in the Backrooms. I'm just saying he can. And
if he puts that big old thing in the Backrooms movie, I'm going to shit bricks because that thing was horrifying. That thing is horrifying to look at. I honestly need to watch the oldest view.
I don't like that. But a lot of these theories about the nature of the complex itself and the forms of life we see in it tie into things we see with Async. For example, when Peter glitched into the future, we see him turn into a corner where he hears a crowd of people speaking. And as soon as he hears them, that's when Peter skips 2 months ahead. We know from found footage 3 that Peter likely came across the threshold of a null zone, somewhere where the line between the complex and reality is thinned, and he heard a crowd of people that seemingly are connected to this space, or the space with the yellow wallpaper at some point in time.
I wonder...
Similar to what we saw in found footage 3, this thinning of the barrier is followed by a flash or a burst of energy that either throws someone into the complex, or as we saw with Peter, throws them forward in time. My theory with the life forms also ties into a lot of the stuff we see with Async. Obviously, Marvin coming across the life form in pitfalls, but also the remnants of people that Async finds. If you'll remember in some of the early videos, they come across piles of clothes surrounded by this black growth or mold. This would make sense because when someone is killed, the bacteria doesn't need their clothes, just their body parts. So someone dies, they're consumed by the bacteria keeps what it needs while the rest decomposes, and then as the life form toddles away, all that's left is the victim's clothes and a black stain. My theory of the life forms using human body parts is further supported by what Async saw.
Dude, that thing is like so weird looking. Those are legit legs.
For a head. I also think something happens with async between what we see of them in 1990 and what we see in Found Footage 3 in 95 that causes async to realize that the life forms are attracted to sound. Hence, several of the speakers we see playing music.
I mean, we kind of, well, they didn't know that, but we kind of knew that because we saw the thing and it said, be silent, don't, or be still, don't, and be silent. Like, and it'll probably go away from you, kind of like how T-Rex or dinosaurs, something along those lines. It already said it, so I was like, okay, it is what it is. But I guess they haven't figured it out yet. So I wonder how they're gonna implement that into the movie.
Set up throughout the complex. Perhaps these work as lures, as it seems async is catching on to a lot of this. Like we saw in I Remember on the whiteboard, they say cell images clustering results in individual cell classification. Perhaps they mean the bacteria forming around bodies and then becoming life forms. And there's a lot of stuff they've started to figure out that we're just putting the pieces together on, like the nature of null zones and the Backrooms expansion, which the majority of the expansion stuff we see is in the Found Footage series, set after the 1990 timeline, when the wallpaper becomes stretched as if the space is growing, as if it hasn't finished its image yet. We even see this in Found Footage 1 for a moment. But there are a couple places we see the Backrooms expanding in the async timeline. For one,
it's the green rooms, right?
They're monitoring the growth of the rooms by putting tape up to measure its expansion. But on the timeline, the first instance of this we see is during Peter's flash forward. An informational video, when Peter's wandering by himself, he comes across the room with the wheelbarrow and the axe. But as he goes further into the room, he comes across another wheelbarrow that is a copy of the first one. But
and then the stretch marks.
The wallpaper is stretching. I think this is effectively a room under construction. Perhaps the real space is meant to be outdoors, so the room approximates it with wallpaper that looks like trees and grass. We can see it growing in one place and copying the same wheelbarrow, but much bigger. It's like it doesn't know what to do with it yet, and instead of giving us a house, it's just the picture of the side of one. The complex seems to be changing, and I have a theory as to what's causing it. The sun has made an appearance in a lot of the imagery we see throughout the series. To get it out of the way, because I mentioned the Splendor sun earlier, I don't think Splendor specifically has significance to this series, at least not yet. If Kane is laying the groundwork to give Splendor meaning within this story, at this point we've only seen it once and there's not a lot to go with. For now, I think it's more of an Easter egg in preparation for some other series he has planned, or perhaps since the last episode of People Still Live Here was titled Sunshine, it'll make an appearance in that series. But for now, I think this is just an Easter egg. With my luck, the movie's going to be full of these things, and it's going to be like the most crucial element of the whole plot. And if that's the case, then I don't know, I guess I'm mad about it. But what we have seen a lot is the literal sun. In informational video, we see an image of the sun.
Oh, right, the sun. I completely forgot about the sun.
In home video, there's an extended shot of the sunset over the ocean. The sun seems to be a consistent theme throughout the series, and outside of the series that we'll talk about in a second. But before we even get into theory, there are a couple moments in the series that seem to be defined by the sun. And those are two of the first several moments that humanity made contact with the complex. So, as we understand it, the first time humanity interacted with the complex was on August 4th of 1972. This is when overflow takes place. We see the piece of paper signed by Ivan Beck, and then we see the green glow. August 4th of 1972 is also, coincidentally, the date of one of the biggest solar storms in recorded history. This solar storm was so massive that it messed with several radio and television signals on Earth. Solar storms give off intense electromagnetic radiation, and it can affect everything across wave spectrums, from X-rays to radio signals and television signals to even the visible light spectrum. And what is the machine Async uses to get into the complex? The low proximity magnetic distortion system. So it would make sense that a solar storm would affect this equipment, and perhaps give it the supercharge it needs to make contact with the complex, to effectively break through to the other side. As the sun sets, there's a chance to witness a rare phenomenon known as a green flash. This happens when the atmospheric composition is just right to separate the visible light rays of the sun from its...
That's pretty looking. I'm not gonna lie. That could be in a museum. I can see it. That could definitely be in a museum.
Just right to separate
what is that? Fall of Humanity?
rays of the sun from its typical red and yellow light into
Oh,
its more
right.
base parts that
I have a
includes
cookie,
shorter
guys.
wavelength of
A
green.
cookie cake
And
slice.
On the same day, Ivan Beck and his team seemingly make their first contact with the complex.
In
what color
1972.
do we see the system give off?
Green.
Green glow. Now, I'm just touching the surface on this.
Oh, fuck.
There is a ton of nitty-gritty you can get into when it comes to the science within the Backrooms series. And a channel I highly recommend for that is Little Red SM. She makes fantastic videos looking into several ARGs, but for Kane's Backrooms specifically, she has hours of coverage over just this green light phenomenon. If you're like me and you really like to dive into a topic like this, I'll have her channel linked in the description. Can't recommend it enough. But that isn't the only time a solar storm makes its way.
It's actually
into
pretty
the
interesting.
story. If you'll remember, on the third test, when Async was trying to open the complex, they failed. It wouldn't be until the sixth test in October of 1989, in First Contact, that Async manages to open the threshold and keep it open. So what happened between the third test and the sixth test? Well, maybe it's because, in the real world, October of 1989 was home to several solar storms and solar flares. Meaning that once again, maybe the reason Ivan and Async managed to get through in First Contact is because the sun lended the energy, or distorted their magnetic system enough that it did whatever it needed to do to open the threshold. Did Async know of this and time it for that date, or was this just a lucky coincidence? We'll come back to the sun in a second, but for now, there's probably another question that you're asking. The complex seems pretty complicated. You have to have this super vast array of scientific knowledge and equipment and then get lucky due to energy of the sun, assumedly. And how did Async know to try to get into the complex in the first place? How did someone figure out there was something over there? And who's behind Async anyway? Who's been helming this exploration for the beginning? Well, I think all of those questions can be answered by one. Who is Ivan Beck? Ivan Beck's name shows up all over the series. He's the one who was called when Peter Tinch was discovered alive. He's the one who was supposed to be there for the presentation and damage control after Peter assumedly died. He was the one in the third test who was mentioned as going to the government to try to get funding for Async. He's the one who brought the body and autopsy report to be examined by a medical examiner. It seems that he's in the know on everything that's happened so far, and seemingly is the one who's calling the shots. His official title within the series is Vice Director of Async, but I don't buy that. If there is a true director, then they're probably just a figurehead or some
Most
connection to the
likely.
government. Ivan Beck seems to be the one leading this project because seemingly he's the one who discovered the complex. We never see Ivan Beck in the series, and there's not a lot to infer about him from the Kane Pixels channel, but there is a lot to infer about him in the Not Kane Pixels channel. Not Kane Pixels is Kane Pixels' second account, despite what.
Oh, I found that. Yes, dude. I'll be real with you. Found that yesterday. Honest to God, found that yesterday. I was like, oh yeah. I was like, Not Kane Pixels. It's a little weird. And then I saw like Wendigoon. I clicked on one. I clicked on one of the music that he did. I was like, oh, this is pretty nice. And it was like with the sun guy. And then fucking Wendigoon is like, Kane, you better not. Just in his comment, just like, Kane, I swear.
So the profile picture for Not Kane Pixels at the moment is that godforsaken sun that's going to haunt me in my dreams. On Not Kane Pixels, Kane mostly posts his music. In case you didn't know, Kane composes all of the music for the series as well. Not only that, but he makes way more music than he makes videos. So there are hundreds of unique tracks on the Not Kane Pixels channel, each with their own unique title and cover art, and some of which you've been hearing throughout this video. And yes, that's right, Kane, who's already had as much success as he has had from visual storytelling, is also a musician. So sometimes, I guess, God finds it funny to give all of his gifts to one guy for some reason, but he also puts me here to keep them humble. So I want to let you know that he smells. Not actually doesn't smell, but he could. You wouldn't know. I would. And maybe he does. Who knows? A lot of the music on Not Kane Pixels is standalone.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was a little low.
To relate to any of the series he's made.
Apologies for that.
But some of it does. For example, The Oldest View has a soundtrack. There's several actual track songs and fake track songs for People Still Live Here. Like songs like Ocular Migraine would belong in there. Songs with titles like Shepherd Boss Fight, Dot Wave, parentheses real, probably not. There's also several songs on here that will probably never get used for a series, if I had to guess. Songs with titles like Glory to Lockheed Martin and Holy Land Algorithm and Oops, No More Job Market. He also made me a song called Iceberg Boy that you guys have probably heard in the intro to a lot of my videos. And there's also an AI song on there of me poorly singing Whistle by Jason Derulo,
What?
next to a song called TikTok Sigma Male
Oh,
Trillionaire
yes.
Grind Set. And the picture for that one is Thanos in a suit coat.
That's
Youngest director
okay.
in A24's history, by the way. I pulled
Yep.
all of that out
Yep.
because the unofficial playlist for the Backrooms series is a playlist on Not Kane Pixels called Out of Sync. What's funny is I think only part of one of these songs actually shows up in the Backrooms series, but it's clear given what I'm about to talk about that a lot of the titles and imagery we see connects to it. For example, the first track in the playlist is called A Long Time Ago, and the artwork for that song is by George Brim. If you'll remember, he's the same artist who did the painting of the girl that showed up in the house in Found Footage 2 and in the related home video. On the cover for the song, What the Fuck Are You Talking About?, we see an image of the sun setting over the ocean. In another track on this playlist, we see that same image overlaid with an image of Async. This is for the song Sailing, Kane's cover of the Christopher Cross song. One of the lyrics of the song is, if the wind is right, you can sail away, which, if you'll remember, is one of the things Peter wrote on the wall while he was imprisoned within Async. So, establishing that the Out of Sync soundtrack has a connection to the Backrooms series, I want to pose the theory, not like I'm the first to say this, that this soundtrack is about the life of Ivan Beck. And for my reasoning on that, we must first look at Kane's other Backrooms soundtrack.
Why does he have so many?
OST. This is the soundtrack that shows up through most of the series. So while we've heard a lot of these tracks before, it's the cover art and titles that I'm interested in now. I'm going to say this, and it's not going to make any sense, but I have to say it now because otherwise all of the pieces I'm about to say are going to sound confusing.
Really?
But I think
All right, let's hear it.
that in that 1972 experiment, Ivan Beck not only witnessed the complex, but was injured by the ensuing energy that left him with amnesia and a missing eye, as well as his never-ending desire to make it back to the complex. For example, several of the tracks have this cover image. This is an image of a researcher standing in front of a green glow. As we know now, one of the magnetic reactions that leads to the complex. We've seen this image before. It was the image that became distorted in I Remember. Which
I was about to say, this took a big turn off of off the OST.
Witnessing a green glow, and assuming they're not within the complex, the only time we've seen someone in reality witness a green glow was in Ivan Beck's 1972 experiment during the first by contact.
Ivan Beck.
And the last song in this playlist that has this cover image is titled Congratulations, Ivan. Now, this could be for some future event within the series, maybe when Async falls apart and Ivan gets everything he's been looking for, but this can also be indicative of the moment that Ivan opened that first portal. But I think the most telling image of Ivan Beck through this playlist is the series of songs that has this cover. We see a man in a suit coat with a censored face. Behind him, we can see the charts of several tests, and in the bottom left corner, we can see the headline from the faked vineyard wreck that they used to cover up Peter's disappearance, something that we know was orchestrated by Ivan. Around him, we also see 8 rods pointed in on each other. This is the prototype machine that we saw in Prototype, or in other words, Async's first attempts to get into the Backrooms. And at the center of it is what would be Ivan's face, but instead it's covered with an image. This image is a picture of the sun during the August 1972 solar storm.
How the fuck do you even know that? Like, I'm genuine. How do people know this shit? How are people this smart to like see the attention to detail in the smallest thing, bro? I am always jealous of people that could do this because they could see shit that I can't, and like I want to see it too, man.
And the spot that the solar storm would normally be in is covering Ivan's right eye. This also lines up with a few sketches that Kane has posted or shared to his Discord, including this image of what seems to be Ivan Beck with a headache. However, his right eye is obscured, and in the silhouette we see behind him, We see a projection of Ivan, again with the right eye injured and the sun appearing in his head. Or this artwork that depicts a scientist
What the
working on the
fuck?
prototype with text around him that says, "Forever. You won't find yourself there because you don't really exist." And throughout the image and on the young scientist we see, the right eye is gone. Although through some of the other images, it looks like the left eye. But maybe it's like, because it's a drawing, the left eye is normal because the right one's enlightened or whatever. I don't know. Establishing these things about Ivan,
Out of
let's
Sync.
look back at the Out of Sync playlist.
What?
As mentioned, the first song is called A Long Time Ago. In a series of images Kane posted
A
and
long
since
time
deleted,
ago
among
in a
them, he said
land
that
far
Ivan
away.
Beck was born in Karlovy Vary, Czechoslovakia in 1931. Karlovy Vary 31 or KV31. KV31 being the group who is conducting research on the low proximity magnetic distortion system. Now, it's also worth mentioning that the name KV31 is in reference to a real discovery, as it's the name given
Really?
to an ancient Egyptian tomb that was found in the Valley of Kings. But you can see the connection between an ancient tomb being discovered and the complex being opened.
Oh.
I don't think it's coincidental that KV31 also lines up with Ivan's place and time of birth. But a long time ago, when Ivan was a boy in Czechoslovakia, he didn't have to worry about all that. There are some tracks I could make reaches for, like Insight in Mind, which pictures an American community, potentially being when Ivan was young and immigrated to the United States. But for now, until we get more information about Ivan, I'm just going to stick with stuff that I believe to be true as it relates to the complex and his injury. For example, there's a track titled Post-Traumatic Amnesia. The cover art being of an eye
Post-traumatic
showing
amnesia.
several rooms within the facility bending in on each other. This is likely in reference to Ivan after the initial incident.
What if it just took Ivan's mind, and then this is Ivan's mind in the physical world, and that's why he has amnesia? I could be really dumb saying that, but like, imagine how do I explain it? Imagine like half of your brain was taken by this green energy. Half of it was taken, and then it was used to form an identical world using the brain that it took, or a piece of the brain that it took. And that is why it's all jumbled, because it doesn't really can't remember it too well, because it only has half the information, or a piece of the information. I don't know. To me, I think that sounds. It probably scanned Ivan's brain, and it went from there, but it could never really replicate what it is on the outside, because it only has a piece of information of the outside.
There's another track on here with a really interesting cover called A Life Entropy Part 1 that has this cover image. And of course, just going to go ahead and point it out, that stupid sun is there off to the right, staring at me, and I don't like it. This is a famous historical image called the Flammarion Engraving. It's a medieval artwork that depicts a peasant walking to the edge of the flat earth and looking out past the firmament. Or in other words, someone stepping off the plane of our existence as it was understood then. And as he looks out past the sky and the stars, he can see everything. He sees the solar systems, he sees the heavens, he even sees an image of wheels within wheels, in reference to Ezekiel's depiction of the angel he viewed during his vision, leading to what is now commonly referred to as a biblically accurate angel. Again, even though all angels in the Bible are therefore biblically accurate. And also, yes, I found some way to mention them in this video. It's me. Of course I did. But if this playlist is in reference to Ivan, I believe this to be representative of him finding the complex, of him crawling out past the firmament, past the boundaries of what we know to be reality. There's a track called The Same Material that begins with a shot of a California evening, but then fades into an image of the threshold, and then an image of the threshold covered in green. There's a track called Sea Ice that has several nature shots, from ice floating across the sea to aurora borealis, notably green, and the sun rising over the ocean itself. Keep all this sun and ocean symbolism in mind for later. There's another track called Ivan Visits the Light plus Defy, which shows the sun rising on a suburban home. There's a track called Ivan V2, spelled IVN, which is a sequel to another track on Not King Pixel's channel that's just called IVN, That one features someone floating in the midst of green light.
That's
while
pretty.
Their whole face is shown.
That's a sick fucking album cover, dude. Look at it. Look at. You know what that looks like?
Someone floating in the.
Oh, what's his fucking name? Oh, how did I forget his name? It looks like a Playboy Cardi album cover.
Midst of
whole lot of green.
While their whole face is shown, and then here in
Oh,
Ivan
that looks like the
V2,
spot.
We see that same floating image, only
Dude,
this
that's
time,
actually pretty sick.
Instead of a whole face, we just see a single eye. Perhaps this is the moment that Ivan first experienced the complex, the moment he made contact with the energy of what was on the other side. Then there is a track called Visible
Sick.
Light, which shows a sketch of seemingly Ivan surrounded by people and the prototype. However,
Ooh.
as the song goes on, it begins to change. The picture becomes blue. We see mountains rising beneath him. Behind him, we see
Oh,
what
he saw
appears
the
to
edge
be
of the
ocean,
universe.
and the colors stretch through the entire visible light spectrum from blue to red, and of course, ending with green. And currently, the final track on this playlist, titled Old Song, has another George Brim artwork, perhaps now representing Ivan Old, a changed man from that first song a long time ago. And that's most of the symbolism of the timeline of the soundtrack.
That's pretty
Things I
sick.
mentioned earlier, like Sundown Entry Wound, that shows the sun with the green flash, is especially applicable now since we have the theory of Ivan being injured by the sun itself. But there's a couple other tracks in this playlist that are particularly important. Those are Overlooking the Sea and You Have Always Been Here. If that sounds familiar, that's because both of those titles are quotes from the video I Remember. I believe I Remember to be a monologue from Ivan Beck. And if the soundtrack isn't proof enough, there's proof of that in the series as well. In the beginning of Overflow, when we see the night sky before we see the experiment where Ivan Beck gave humanity its first touch with the complex, we hear a strange sound.
The trade between market and non-market economies. Well, as I've said, that our negotiations in this area with the Soviets.
It's Luigi.
That's right. Wind chimes. Kind of makes sense for the outside night sky setting, but it's not the only time we see it show up. At the end of Found Footage 2, when we see that the entire video was being watched by someone from their television, when we cut back to the television, sure enough,
Wind chimes. Oh, look, you can even see him in the corner. Behind my name. Dadan VT. Go check me out. Plug.
once again we hear wind chimes. So it seems to me that these wind chimes are a tale of Ivan Beck. He was the only character, or at least named character we know of, involved in Overflow, and we heard wind chimes then. And if the camera from Found Footage 2 was recovered, it would make sense that Ivan would be the one to view it. And sure enough, there we hear wind chimes. And then in I Remember, at the very beginning, we open with a shot of wind chimes. Without even looking at the Not Kane Pixels channel, this is an indicator to me that Ivan Beck is the one speaking. So now that we know that our mystery man who's behind all of this is talking, let's think about what he has to say. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world this was a vestige, calling forward unto strangled ears. Ivan is calling back to something he had that meant something. In a world of strangled ears, of people who have forgotten, he remembers something that was important. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea. A pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. This thing he had that was so important was destroyed, and it was lost along with everything else that had been forgotten. But I remember fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards into themselves. He's still speaking within this metaphor for losing something and it falling to the sea, but there's something more here he's talking about, something that should sound familiar. Forgotten things, things folding in on themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. He's speaking of something that wars against existence itself. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? Again, as we see that researcher who I believe to be Ivan witnessing the green flash for the first time, before we see an image of a server room, as Ivan closes with, "You have always been here." This same image being the cover image of another track on the Out of Sync playlist called Remains. So,
why is it this got so okay? I got lost a little bit. I'm not even gonna try to attempt to like remember any of it. Well, I am gonna try at least. But dude, I'm like, how? And you can connect so much with the soundtrack. It's insane.
What do I think he's talking about here?
I don't
Ivan
know.
Beck believes he had something special. It was something that mattered until the sea took it. And now that he's lost it,
Okay.
he is doing everything he can to
get it back.
Whatever
Okay.
this thing is, it's so worth remembering. It's so worth going back for. It doesn't matter if it tears apart the sky, because what could there be that's greater than this? There's a few possibilities here. Either
He was
Ivan
too
lost
ambitious.
someone or something, and perhaps he believes he lost them to the complex. Or, say it was a loved one who died, perhaps Ivan thinks if the complex is full of our memories, maybe the memory of that thing or that person could still exist in there. A mausoleum where you can forever access what once was. Or Ivan could be speaking of the complex itself. The memory he has of it is enough to want to get it back. It was something important. But the sea became lost within itself. There's a lot of symbolism that shows up with that between the sun and the ocean imagery. I think the sea...
Okay, here's what I think the sea is. I think the sea is the... Okay, I thought I had something, but I didn't. It left my head.
is a great way to look at the complex as it relates to humanity.
That,
the sea,
okay.
For most of human history,
That's what I
was
meant.
an impossible,
That.
insurmountable force. It stretched on and on. It had to be full of monsters and was something we could never hope to venture into.
That. Basically what he just said, that's what I was thinking, but I couldn't form it into words. You can't see my hand right now, but it's pointing right at the screen.
Let alone map. But sure enough, we did. And then we did the same with the moon. And we continue on and on in our discovery, but now humanity's found the complex. And just like that, once again, humanity is standing on the shore overlooking the sea, wondering how we could ever get across it. And here's Ivan, another sailor with a home by the ocean, looking at everything he's lost to it and wondering how could he do anything else. I believe Ivan Beck lost something to this sea, and it's something he wants to get back.
Maybe his wife, his best friend.
It might be his memory. Remember, there's a lot of references to amnesia, that Ivan's forgetting something that he can't remember, but maybe the complex
Or he might have Alzheimer's.
If Ivan suffered amnesia from his injury, but the complex copied his memory, then maybe, as he said in I Remember, the sea took it from him, or at least as he sees it. That piece of him, what he's afraid he'll never get back, has always been there. Some take this to mean perhaps there is a mimic or a copy of Ivan that's been in the complex for decades. Some even saying maybe that's what IVN means. It's this evil or complex variation of Ivan. But I don't think so. I think it's part of his identity that he needs back. I think he was a sailor at the ocean, and then the ocean took everything he remembered. So
I actually think that's a pretty cool theory, actually. That not the second Ivan, but like the fact that the reason he's going to the Backrooms is just to go get his memory back. Insane. I think that's pretty fucking cool, in my opinion.
What could he do other than sail into it? Maybe Async can open the threshold. Maybe all of these secrets will come to life and he'll find whatever he's missing. Hey, if the wind's right, you can sail away. And the sun, this impossible entity that seemingly blinded him and gave him new vision, might just be the wind he needs to do it. As a matter of fact, the sun and ocean imagery has been in the series as long as the series has been around. Because if you go all the way back to the first found footage and see the writing that someone left on the wall,
the sun.
shut eyes, we see a window. And when we look through the window, we see the sun over the sea. Ivan Beck is Captain Ahab, and the complex is his white whale. As the whale took Ahab's leg, the complex took his eye and his memory of something that mattered. And he'll die if it means getting it back.
That's cool as fuck. That's a cool theory.
I think Ivan is an inciting character at the back of everything. As a matter of fact, I think he's the reason that the complex looks the way it does. In other words, I think he's the reason for the yellow walls.
Wait, so I was right that it copied his... If I'm right, I fucking lined up almost like him. I lined up basically almost like Wendigoon. Probably not, but you know, some stuff that I could, you know, give or take. But what it sounds like, it sounded like I kind of followed a theory where it copied his mind, and now where it copied his mind, and that's what we're seeing. All of this infinite void he saw is now his mind.
My theory's right. Then
Or
before
it copied the mind, so
1972,
this is what is in his
no one
mind.
had any interaction with the complex. Then Ivan's injured,
I
and
think.
he becomes the first
I could have said that
prototype
so
that
wrong.
the complex maps its system off of. Remember how Kane said and then deleted that he said that Ivan was born in Czechoslovakia? Well, he's also mentioned that the yellow wallpaper design comes from Europe. And if you find the source for this kind of yellow wallpaper, most of them originate in castles in Europe. I think before Ivan reached out to touch it, the complex was just a nothingness, a void of energy beyond the veil. As soon as Ivan broke the glass and let that veil in, he was the first thing it touched. And when it did, he became the first blueprint. The complex didn't get a good or stable look, but somewhere in Ivan's past, I guarantee you, he's seen yellow wallpaper with fluorescent lights.
Okay. In my head, I knew I was right. in my head, I knew I was right. I know I didn't explain it correctly, but this is exactly what I was thinking. This is literally exactly what I was thinking. That whatever he saw over there is fucking... It had no form. It was just like this, maybe like square, whatever the fuck. It's just because they say that, like, because I was thinking back to that painting, that cover art, where the guy was looking out beyond the flat world or whatever, and he saw everything. What if that's what Ivan saw? He saw literally pitch black nothingness, or like whatever was in front of him, and like he said, reached out and grabbed it, and then it just copied his brain, and then it blew him back and took his memory. It took a piece of his memory, basically like half of his brain, and he used it to create itself.
And that's all the complex had to work with for decades until async showed up again. So that's what it did, over and over and over. The first time I ever spoke to Kane, when I made the first Backrooms
So I was kind of
video,
right. Okay.
I asked Kane who the protagonist of the series was, and he said Ivan Beck. Now, with the hindsight we have, that makes sense. But then I asked him who the antagonist of the series was, and he once again said Ivan Beck. According to you, who would you say the protagonist of the series is, if any at all?
Let me think. I have an answer, but it might not make sense. But I think that's why it is a good answer, and the answer is Ivan Beck.
Ooh, all right. Who, if any, is the antagonist of the series? Or what?
Ivan Beck.
Ah! I think that makes sense. Ivan Beck is the agent at the back of all this. He's the one compelling the government to fund Async, his company, to push forward into the complex. And with that, he is both the captain leading the charge and the captain driving sailors to their death. He is the hero and the monster of his own story. Something Kane has talked about a lot is he doesn't like to think of Async as evil, per se. Sure, they've done wrong things like their handling of Peter and whatnot, but just as we did with the sea, just as we did with the moon, if humanity discovered something like this, how are we not going to reach out and touch it? They're scientists. They want to know what's beyond the veil, wouldn't we all? But perhaps their desperation to do something understandable will lead them and all of humanity to a horrible place.
A lot of what we see out of Async in the YouTube series is them disregarding the dangers of it. Basically, like them getting into trouble because they don't fully understand what they're tampering with. So is that kind of theme going to be continuous through the movie? I guess so, if it ties into the series.
I would say the ideas that you just brought up are for sure on display there. I would say what it really is the inclination to sort of look around a corner and dig for what's next. Because for me, I deeply hesitate on condemning human beings for that trait, but I think every single thing is pretty much broken down into what happens next. Like needing to cross an ocean, needing to again, like look around a corner, needing to just go too far sometimes, even if it comes out in ways that seem benign or naturalistic in some way. It's always the same trait. And I would say very much so, like the Backrooms in particular, I view it in the context of the series as a neutral technology that's not inherently anything.
I think we're going to see more of Ivan as the series goes forward. I do not think, however, that we're going to see that much of Ivan in the movie. I don't know this. Like I said, I don't have any secret information as far as Ivan's concerned. I just cannot see how a succinct 2.5 hour movie, whatever, will manage to get across all of that in a satisfying way and become an Ivan Beck narrative. I think Ivan Beck is being saved for the web series, as it should. If not, then good luck explaining to your mom how solar storms affect magnetism in the theater next month. I think the story we'll see in the movie will certainly connect, but I don't think we're going to see the conclusion of Ivan Beck's character or get a whole grand arc about him. He'll probably get mentioned, which would be cool and would make me happy, but I don't want to see a resolution there. There's a couple things with Ivan Beck's character that I can't nail down yet. For example, at the end of I Remember, we see that picture of the server room, and there's also an image of computers or servers for the cover image on the track overlooking the sea. And I think that one's pretty self-evident. The sea is the back room, so overlooking the sea, the image is the systems that keep the threshold open. But I'm not sure what the server room is with the line, "You have always been here." Perhaps it's recorded data from the back rooms. Perhaps it's the computers that were a part of the first threshold. A lot of people will point to this to tie back into the simulation theory that "you have always been here" meant you're always in a computer. But again, I think that's lame. Again, I'm making a lot of inferences off of things I think up until now, but there's some stuff that we just don't have the pieces for yet. So what do I think we're going to see out of the Backrooms movie? Well, like I said, I haven't been told anything directly. As a matter of fact, Kane's lied to me a lot so that I can't do that. But what I do have is a trailer, and I think that trailer gives us a lot to work with. There are currently 2 trailers and a short ARG associated with the film. In the first trailer, the teaser trailer, we see a room in our reality as it goes through different iterations, becoming more and more obscure, eventually becoming the facade of a real room like what we see in the complex. Which certainly means I'm right about my dream theory thing, and I won't be proven wrong, and everything I've said in this video will be right, and Kane will not make me look stupid, assuredly. The film's protagonist, Clark, played by Chiwetel Ejiofor, says this place builds room, or it's more like it remembers them. And the more it remembers something, the less it does. This seems to be in line with everything we've theorized so far. The complex uses spaces in our reality, but makes them different. Less detail, more abstract, maybe just from generations of recreating the same spaces over and over. Or as I theorized earlier, perhaps if it's using memory as a source, less access or time with people's memory, or distance from null zones, you get it. So everything we've seen in the teaser trailer looks pretty good and goes in line with stuff we've seen from the series. I can also confirm, having been there, that the final room we see in the teaser trailer is a real set. And I know I can say that out loud because Kane said that out loud, and if he didn't get in trouble, probably fine. Probably.
Yeah, they built like
trailer. There's a lot more to
a fuck ton.
For one, we see that Clark owns a furniture store called Captain Clark's Ottoman Empire, which Ottoman Empire is an excellent name for a furniture store. In the trailer, we can hear Clark speaking to someone who we can assume to be his therapist or psychiatrist. Named Dr. Mary Klein.
Watch somebody make a fucking store right next to it, calling it the Crusades.
Played by Renat Reinsve. Which I just want to say, I mean, obviously it's super cool to see Kane make it this far and get this film made and to see all this hype.
Honestly, it's actually insane, dude.
But it's also really cool to see such high-profile actors be attached to it as well. I mean, Chiwetel and Renat are highly acclaimed actors, and Mark Duplass, who's also set to star in the film, has made some of my favorite horror flicks. Creep was probably the scariest movie I watched in high school. It's cool to see in how many layers this has become such a cultural thing. I'm really proud of Kane.
There's a lot of good horror movies out there.
Watch me say that line. Pretend like you didn't hear that. Clark is saying what becomes such a cultural thing. I'm really proud of Kane. Don't let him watch me say that line.
Kane, he's proud of you. Pass it on. Make sure he knows who sent it. Dadan, Vtuber.
Pretend like you didn't hear that. Clark is saying that in the basement of the furniture store, he seems to have found a null zone, although he doesn't know to call it that. A null zone that, considering he lived to tell the story to Dr. Klein, has reliable entry both ways. In other words, it's one of these good null zones. And remember
so
how
back
I said
and forth.
It's likely that the complex copies things that are near its null zones? And the reason people don't fall into a one-for-one recreation of their space is because perhaps the null zones change which one you go in on and which one you come out of. Well, for this reliable null zone, just like the one we see at the end of Found Footage 3, after Clark passes through, what do we see? a bunch of furniture piled
All
up.
of his
This would make
furniture.
sense because right on the other side of the null zone is a furniture store. It seems that the complex is just copying things that are near the door. Clark turns down a long hallway and sees this. This looks like the cardboard caveman from Found Footage 3.
I thought it was confirmed it was.
I thought that the caveman was maybe created by the complex because it's reminiscent of like old Geico standees that used to be outside of cell phone stores. So maybe the one we saw in Found Footage 3 was just kind of an odd single creation. But seeing it again here makes me feel a bit different. What if, for whatever reason, Async is putting these things up? I'll have more evidence for that in just a moment.
As like
Clark
check
tells
marks?
Dr. Klein that he's going to come back with proof and hands her a map he drew of what he walked through the complex. It's not the same layout, but this style of drawing a map reminds me a lot of Peter Tinch's that he drew right before the attack in Reunion. And then look.
I'm not gonna lie. The proof that you would see, all you need is literally a few minutes. Just a few minutes inside the room. Just like, all right, I'm gonna go in. We're going to explore just a little bit of the parts I know, and we're going to come right back. We're not going to go anywhere dangerous. We're going to go forward, left, right, back, and then we're just going to go the same way we did. That's all I would have done. And would have showed like all the other shit that's happening, like the different ways I could go, but I'm not going to go because I don't want to get lost because I'm not dumb. And just do it from there. And there's your proof. And then now everybody will want to come over and look at it. And I was like, okay, go look at it. If you find a way out, let me know.
Looks like the film is going to have some found footage segments, which is really cool. I mean, Kane's series is known for its found footage aesthetic, the old analog horror look. And it's funny because initially the analog
found
horror
footage
format was just to hide the imperfections, the fact that it was in Blender. I mean, Kane's series looks amazing, but when you put the analog filter over it, in some places it's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. But because the series has like 100 million views based on that analog format, well, now it's just part of the show. And I'm really excited to see what he does with it in a live action setting. We see them come across a room with a Christmas tree and a bunch of half-sunken bodies in the floor that look like
still bodies.
They're made out of the floor. If I'm right about the still life, and these are a bunch of still lives, this is a horrible room to be in. We see
really
one room that
is.
appears to be tipped on its side, as it seems our cameraman is walking on the wall and looking to his side, which is actually the tiled ceiling. But if we look at the frame before the camera moves, the ground is covered in piles of clothes and what looks like blood. I don't
also
know how
not
intelligent the still lives or the life forms are, but if they're intelligent enough to have a disposal area, then this looks like a waste zone. Bodies are converted by bacteria and
that's horrifying because we don't see any of that in the web series. We just if that is true, do you know how much more fucked everyone is that gets trapped in there? Because all they'll do is just see the bodies, they'll strip the clothes, and then they'll just dump the clothes while they take while the bacteria consumes the body. Dude. Oh my god.
Life forms, and then the clothes they don't need are piled up here. That or a ton of people got torn apart right here. Given that the room's
could
on
be
its
both.
side, there could be some super elaborate scenario where there was a null zone in the midst of like a giant party or a conference somewhere with a ton of people in one room, and everyone fell through the null zone at once and then like all crashed into the floor of this room, so the bacteria just had a feeding frenzy and made like 100
Had a
life
field day,
forms.
yeah.
I don't know, but it looks like something bad went down here. We see rooms where it looks like the same chair is being copied over and over. We also see a room that has what appears to be pirate ship steering wheels on the wall. And this could track back to my theory about people being in the complex and the complex beginning to steal what they know. Similar to Ravi's drum set, perhaps it would steal the pirate steering
Poor
wheel
Ravi.
that's in Clark's mind. You know, because of the Captain Clark furniture store thing. I should also mention that the 8-pronged wheel is again symbolic of perhaps the prototype. Not sure if that's what they're going with here.
You know what?
It's Kane,
Yeah.
so you never know. One important thing to take note of is when Dr. Klein comes to find Clark in the furniture store, we see a picture of a bright beach behind her. That'll matter in a moment. Now, there's a couple seconds in the trailer that gives us a ton of information. Walking through the complex, Clark finds a security camera. When he goes to the camera, we see the perspective of whoever's monitoring the camera. So this camera isn't a piece of the complex.
That
This is
and whoever's
something set
behind
up
it.
most likely by Async. And we get a few things here. Most importantly,
Behind him.
the date at the top of the screen. Like I talked about in the timeline, this confirms that at least part of the movie takes place on June 29th, 1990, placing it a month after the events of Static Dead End, which again, right near the end of the async timeline, perfect setting for a story. But what I also want to mention is the thing in the doorway behind Clark.
Thank God somebody mentioned it.
Silhouette with something black in the middle. Well, if we go back to earlier in the trailer when Clark's walking down the really long hallway towards the caveman, if we look at the caveman statue, we can see it's just to the right of a doorway. I believe the shot of the camera is after Clark walks in that door. So the white thing we see through the doorway through the security camera is the backside of the caveman cutout. But if you'll remember the caveman cutout we saw in Found Footage 3, there was nothing behind it. It was just cardboard. But now something is, and it seems that there's a wire ran to it as well. I believe what we're seeing is a speaker. Remember how in Found Footage 3 there were speakers making weird noises throughout the complex, and I theorized that Async was doing that to lure the life forms? I think we're seeing the early stages of that here. Because when Clark was in that long hallway, walking towards the standee, we hear this.
Hello?
The audio we're hearing.
Oh, dude, what if they could talk to him through the shit? Oh, if somebody was actually there at the cameras, how fucking scary do you think Clark would be? That'd be fucking. And it just out of nowhere said, "Hey, what are you doing in here?" And it's like, oh fuck! And you gotta run at that point, dude.
Is the Voyager's golden record. So in 1977, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, two spacecraft, were launched into space. Aboard each of them was a vinyl called the Golden Record. The Golden Record was placed there like a message in a bottle. If any extraterrestrial race found the record, they could play it to understand Earth. It's a novel idea, and the things we put on there are pretty heartwarming. It contains greetings in 55 different languages, which is what Clark hears when he sees the cutout, as well as musical selections from many cultures and sounds of things like footsteps and laughter.
You know what? Maybe they put the little caveman microphone people or cardboard cutouts to like either help their associates or to find people who got lost in the complex. Like just out of nowhere, people just like douche so they could, capture them and run experiments and shit.
So it makes so much sense that when Async started to put these audio recordings out in the complex, that's what they would use. I mean, the complex is the ocean, it's the sea, right? It's space, it's our final frontier. And if there's life forms out there, then we'll try to greet them as kindly as we would want to greet anything else. I mean, from what we've seen in the series, that doesn't go so well, but hey, it's the thought that counts. After that, we see a shot of a few Async researchers. It seems one of them is pulling another one off of something. The one who's being pulled off.
Get off me! Get off me!
But pay attention to what's on the wall behind them. We see a stretched image of the same image that was in Clark's store.
That is true.
To the room with the wheelbarrow that we saw in informational video, the complex is taking images of things that exist outside of its null zones and stretching them as if it's trying to put up an illusion.
Real question, do y'all see wheelbarrow or wheelbarrow? I say wheelbarrow, I'm not gonna lie. Like barrel. All right.
But of course the illusion is distorted from the actual picture. There's a very quick shot we get of Clark going up to the old null zone or the old doorway and not being able to get in. I theorized earlier that perhaps if someone could go out the same null zone they came in, they could get back to where they were in reality, but I don't think these null zones are an exact science. You can probably get locked out, which might be what's happening to Clark here. There's one shot we see on the found footage cam that is an exact setup of the classic Backrooms image. Like the OG one from way back on 4chan.
I think that's fucking cool.
That was pretty cool. We see one shot of Dr. Klein in Clark's basement. We can see to the left on a whiteboard, Clark's just like me for real. We can see on the whiteboard that Clark and supposedly the rest of his team are mapping out the complex. We also see that, similar to Async, he's used blue tape to denote this anomaly that he can pass through. And then, would you look to the right of Dr. Klein here?
Is it the sun?
What do we see hanging from the ceiling? 5
wind chimes.
Now, I'm not alluding to and don't think that this means Beck is secretly involved with Clark somehow or anything like that. But Kane
Do you think? Okay, so there that brings up a good thing, a good like a good like theory that's popped into my head. Do you think somewhere in the movie, Clark finds the tapes, the found footage tapes, and then he just watched it, or like he saw the right? It was the found footage that he saw, right? Found footage 2. Yeah, because it would be the girl. I think so. It would be the girl, and then it'll just and it'll cut to like the shit. I think I can't remember.
Chimes mean, and I know what the wind chimes mean. And when I see that, I feel like he's winking at me through time.
In
I don't
space.
like it. We get a quick
Just like the
shot of a
Backrooms.
really narrow hallway, followed by Dr. Klein, covered in blood, pushing her way through it. On the floor of the hallway, we see a cord lying on the ground. And on the wall across from the camera, we see what looks like a blue sky. If we look at the scene of the async researchers, we can see that a similar cord is lying on the ground around them, as well as the picture with the blue sky. So perhaps these scenes take place in the same room, or the one that Dr. Klein is pushing towards is another fake sky, or just a blue wall. And maybe async has these cords all over the complex.
Maybe they're after her.
And after that, we get one final image. A room that seems to be a pool or pool-like area within the complex, and then Clark standing on the other end, listening to the wall. It's very ominous, and who knows what this could be. Maybe Clark loses his mind, maybe this is a still life that looks like Clark. I've got no clue, but what I do have a clue about is that I'm excited. There's so
Me too.
many things to
Shit,
see
dude.
just
I
in the
can't
little
wait.
bit that we give us that tie into the main series. Like I said, Kane has confirmed that this movie will exist as its own standalone film, but will also tie into the whole series. It won't break the continuity, it will just add to it.
I heard that was really important to
go into
him.
this expecting a resolution that ties up all the loose ends to the async storyline. It looks like this is going to be more in line with the found footage tapes we get. It's going to be more personable about someone who finds their way in and stumbles across all the things that async has done. And there are so many cool things you can do with that narrative, and I'm excited to see where it goes. And if we can just take a step back, is this not incredible? We have been watching this series for years, theorizing about plot.
I just started.
Points and characters and dynamics and how the science works.
But I'm really excited. I got really into it.
The biggest horror film of the year, one of A24's biggest films of all time.
I remember the games and everything.
It's such an incredible opportunity to see something that we've loved for so long come this far. And I know there's a lot of people who get annoyed by their interest becoming more mainstream or more people putting eyes on the thing they're into. And I know that, you know, some people, not naming any names, may have potentially, with a few different pieces of media, proliferated that a little bit. But what this means
I do want to
is
listen
more
to that, though.
success and more resources for Kane. I've said
I'll say this, though. Anybody that gets mad over that bullshit, fuck off.
it from the first time I talked about the guy. Kane was meant to be a storyteller, and
Hell
now
yeah.
he gets to tell them so well. I mean, you think this guy's going to quit at the Backrooms? There's no telling how many films.
Dude,
this
if he
guy's
does
gonna
the
come up
oldest
with.
View
The
movie,
series is to the rooftops,
I
and
would.
we got to be there
Ooh.
when it was on the ground floor. This is such a fascinating thing to see. I can't wait to support the movie and see it like 4 or 5 times while it's in theaters, and hopefully
Honestly,
you're excited to check it out as well.
I
Again,
am very
May
excited
29th.
to check it out.
But something I really want to emphasize is why Kane's series has been so effective. I mean, there's a ton of YouTube horror series that are really good, and some of them great, but they don't get to the heights like this series has. And a lot of it, sure, was the idea and the technical prowess. The Backrooms had floated around online forever, and a ton of different creators took their shot at telling a story within the setting. So it was inevitable that someone would come along who had the technical skill to match the setting and make it into something big. But that's just why Found Footage 1 was so successful. That doesn't explain the continued millions of views and tens of millions of views across over a dozen videos. And I think a large
He's
part
just
of
good
it
at story
is Kane's
telling.
commitment to the delivery.
And then the floral pattern is the one that I used throughout the entirety of the first short, and which is really just like a pilot at this point, or like a little tech demo that was really fun at the time. But
That is kind of funny to think of it as a pilot.
I feel like I have like
looking at where
I have
we're
an
at right now.
insecurity about it where I have to say that each time just because it was like I made it for fun to like decompress. And like it was definitely like that's not the like I really enjoyed working on it. It was some of the most fun I've had on that thing because it was like
you're not devaluing
it was the start. It wasn't like it was just like I was doing the Attack on Titan videos for a while, and it's just like okay.
You did Attack on Titan videos? What?
And it can be whatever I want it to be. And then of course I realized.
And then it blew up.
Make life difficult for myself and attach it to this other much bigger thing, and then every little choice had to be like scrutinized and kind of gain psychosis.
And now we're standing in.
Yeah, and but it resulted in this, and so I feel pretty good about it.
Feel pretty good about the Attack on Titan spinoff you did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
I mean, I spent like, I don't know what it'll cut down to, at least half an hour talking about a character who we have never seen, but has only been mentioned by name, giving his entire lore, background, events that happened to him, how he made the catalyst for the story, through an unofficial soundtrack that the name of it just relates to the name of the company from the main series on a different channel. And again, it's a soundtrack. It's not even visuals or its own like moving narrative. It's just pictures.
That's honestly what makes it really impressive that he's able to fucking figure this shit out.
And sounds and titles. But you can tell from a setup that the message was so precise that the delivery can be whatever it wants to be as long as it keeps its thesis in mind. And Kane does it in such a dedicated way that you can learn so much from things that would otherwise be so tangential. I mean, look at some of the stuff they're doing with marketing this film. So A24 started airing this commercial. It's an ad for Captain Clark's furniture store, with Chiwetel in character as Clark advertising the Ottoman Empire. For one, I really appreciate the faith A24 has in the product to do stuff like this. I mean, they paid money to run an entire advertisement that says nothing about the movie. It's expecting that the audience will see it, be interested in why they got seemingly a 90s local TV ad for a furniture store, and then look from there, finding the film. I mean, if you didn't know, there isn't even anything that indicates this is a movie or the Backrooms other than the little A24 logo in the bottom right. But if you'll notice, at the top of the screen while Clark is talking, a phone number flashes. And if you call it, this happens.
Wait, really? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I haven't heard that noise in
A lot of you may not
forever.
know what that is. That means it's a fax number. In other words, you're not supposed to call this number with your phone. You're supposed to put it through a fax machine, as the logo next to it indicates.
Dude, I haven't heard that in years.
Advertisement for Captain Clark's. There's some funny on-the-nose wording like, get lost in an endless sea of quality tables, chairs, lamps, couches, and bedroom sets. Get it, sea, like the complex is the sea, and getting lost in all the furniture, like again, the complex.
But
if you'll notice,
this
on the
guy.
left-hand corner of the page, there's a date. This date is for May 17th, 1990. And that date has shown up in one other place. Can't remember? Well, if you guess that's the date that Peter Tinch wrote on the wall while he was being held by the complex before his escape, then you'd be right. But you'd also be insane because why on earth would he have written that? What does that even mean? Why is that on the same day? I guess it could be a coincidence that it's on the same date, but I don't think Kane knows what those are.
Did we see Ivan? If we, I'm gonna assume we didn't see Ivan. What if Ivan shows up in the movie? What if Ivan is trying to help Clark out of the complex? Well, and like he's looking through the cameras, and then that's why he wrote that down or whatever. I don't know.
So I don't know. I have no idea what to do with that.
I don't know.
Peter Tinch.
It's actually
wrote on the wall.
Kind of cool though.
That it would be on the fax number for a furniture store. But it seems that teaching us to fax was leading us to the next step of the ARG. Because
there's an ARG
also released merch that is a t-shirt for Captain Clark's Ottoman Empire, of which I bought 4 of immediately. Which there's a couple things when we look at the back of the shirt. For one, we again see the pirate ship wheel imagery, which is a weird placement for it for graphic design. You would think it would be attached to a ship or something, but it just sitting there makes me think even more of the prototype, the 8-pronged wheel imagery.
I wish I could have known about that.
To point out is Captain Clark's sword weirdly has 2 blades. Like there's only one hilt, but it looks like two swords split off from each
I
other.
thought it was just him
Perhaps this is
waving.
a bit of symbolism of the complex copying things the way they exist in reality, but a little bit different. Like, why would you need a sword with two blades? This isn't me saying the sword ties into the ARG or anything. I just think it's symbolic of the complex.
Fuck it.
On the t-shirt, we get another fax phone number. This one prints out a piece of paper.
I knew it was
that
different.
says, "Join the South Bay Bulletin Board." On the
And
internet,
it's a
you can sign up
sun.
for these bulletin boards where you enter your email address, and if there's updates or sales, they would send them to you. You know, back before spam mail, people considered it nice to be told when they could buy things instead of flooded with it constantly, all the time, forever. And
Yep.
here we see another phone number, and this one we do call.
You have reached the South Bay Bulletin Board Archive. This number's been out of service since 1991.
Damn.
For access to the archived South Bay Bulletin Board, visit 408bbsarchive.net.
That address takes us to a website. Here we
All
see
right.
an old bulletin board system. And when we hit enter, this is dial-up internet. Again, most of you don't know what that is.
I know what dial-up
It's
internet.
probably like 12.
I know what
It
minutes
allows
are,
you to
damn it.
Enter your email and phone number so that you can stay up to date, which of course I did, and my editor is going to be nice and not show those things.
It was
on
only when
screen.
I was 11
So assumedly, whatever the next step
that
of
they
this
got rid of
ARG
minutes.
it'll be sent straight to my phone or email, and that's awesome. But not only that, if you look at the fax paper that we got the number from in the first place, for one in the top left,
Oh
you
my
can see
God.
that this is on May 18th of 1990,
So a
one
day after.
the last fax.
Okay.
But look at the image itself. Around the South Bay Bulletin Board, it's the sun, and beneath it, across the bottom of the page,
It's
we
the
have a
ocean.
ship on the ocean. This is
Oh my
I love it
God.
when people
The
do
frames
cool
went down. I don't know what
things
happened.
with the opportunity they're given. This is great because to anyone else, this would be completely normal, right? Like, yeah, it's the South Bay of California. They're going to have bays and suns and oceans. But we know from watching the series that there's so much more in this.
This is why when I saw the reviews, quote unquote, from these critics and whatever, they're like, "Oh yeah, the Backrooms, it's good, it's good." They said it was good. I will say that they said it's good, and it's like you could tell where he's like, he didn't know, da da da. They had some critiques saying it's like it's not gonna make anything more than like 20 million. And I was like, are you sure about that? Like, are you sure about that? Because this is the Backrooms. You two, for like the two reviews that I saw, or not the two reviews, I saw like quite a few reviews of the Backrooms. Some of them were actually like super hyped. Everybody was waiting. Is like they were saying that yeah, everybody's gonna love this movie. And then there's the ones that were just, you know, dumbasses that don't know good storytelling. And like, I don't know, it's for this, I don't think it's really made for the passerby, you know, it's made for like the people that understand it and like got into it, which I'm kind of happy for. And I'm kind of glad he's going with this approach where it's for the people that actually decided to watch it, even though he said it is a standalone, but it's also connected to this whole bigger thing. And I guess if people hear that, they would also be interested in going to see the web series. So yeah, I mean, and so it could honestly go for a passerby, but I think it's mainly for the people like Wendigoon, myself, and everybody that's like that got really into the Backrooms. So I'm really happy and I'm really excited for this movie.
Getting those same symbols that have been important
Because
then
nobody would
proven
be able to get this shit.
important now. The series has never lost itself, it's just became more of what it always needed to be. And seeing Kane have the resources to do things like this is incredible. Normally when something I like gets adapted or goes mainstream, I always have the fear in the back of my head that maybe it'll lose some of what made me love it so much, or there won't.
That's actually kind of what I felt like when I saw the Backrooms and I didn't know who was directing it. They never said who was directing the Backrooms. They just said the Backrooms was getting developed. And I was like, cool. I don't know if I'll ever watch it because, you know, nothing can really, you can't really be able to do it. But then King Parson came around and I looked at his stuff and I was like, yeah, he could do it. I wholeheartedly believe this man can do it. So when they said that he was the one that was gonna direct it, I think that was it. You know, I was like, okay, yeah, you put some faith in me. I don't know, because yeah, I saw that God of War fucking set photo, the live action series. This shit looked like ass, dude. So that's a mainstream game, and now with Backrooms, with the Backrooms, it became mainstream, and now it's gonna become a movie, and it doesn't look like shit. Isn't that fucking awesome?
Be as much dedication to the presentation of it, but I never had that concern with Kane, because every step of the way he has put this much heart into everything. I mean, who takes the time to add the sun and the sea to a fax paper that is like step 3 out of who knows how many in this ARG? It's that kind of dedication that gets me so excited for the series,
Jesus.
so excited for the movie. And go back to your question.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Renzumi, you fucking scared the shit out of me. Hello, Raiders. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, Renzumi, thank you for the raid, man. Highly appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Dadan VT. I'm a cosmic horror VTuber, and today we are watching the rest of Wendigoon's breakdown of Kane Parsons' The Backrooms, the movie theories and analysis. Ren has sent me over. Hello, Mido. Meowdo? I'll call you VR. Hello, VR. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hold on. We'll get back. Miodo? Hello, Mimi. I have been good. We just been watching this right now. You said it right. Yeah. I said it right. Okay. Nobody can pronounce it. Meowdo? Meowd? Poor you. I'm gonna call you Meadow. Oh, you spelled it weird, dude. You spelled it. I'm sorry, you spelled it weird. It's not my hands are up. You can't tell, but my hands are up. It's like you spelled it weird. Meadow is spelled in my head. It is very dumb. I spell meadow like without the A. Meadow. She finally found justice. How y'all been? What y'all doing? What were y'all up to? Thank you, Renzumi. You have a nice rest. I know you probably streamed for a while, shit. But thank you for the thank you again for the raid. We are actually in the middle of a video, so I will have to. I'm gonna have to cut out this fucking. I'm gonna cut out this a little bit, but it's fine. But we're gonna watch the rest of this, and then maybe we'll watch the oldest view as well if y'all are down for that. But let's get done with this one. It's almost done.
Question I originally posed: why did Kane's Backrooms surpass the rest? I think it's because of the conflict in the soul at the end of the story.
Oh my
Kane's
god.
Backrooms isn't the first.
Thank you for the follow.
With concepts of things like
thank you for the follow, Grimmy.
Man becoming too arrogant.
Mimi, sorry.
Drive for science or the future. I mean, we got most of those themes in Jurassic Park. It's also not the first series to deal with things like non-Euclidean geometry or weird impossible spaces. Things like the cosmic horror of the complex itself have been adapted in a ton of different ways.
It's me, the cosmic horror.
But it's because there's such a consistency in the tone behind what Kane says that no matter how it comes out, it feels coherent. It feels like a part of the whole. The piece of media
oh my god, what the fuck?
Compared to the Backrooms most often would have to be Mark Danielewski's.
Renzumi, no. Okay, chat. All right. You can't keep doing that. This is a video. We gotta keep it together. Keep it together, guys. Keep it together.
House of Leaves.
This is being recorded.
I'm sure I'll inevitably make a video about that book and ruin the online discourse around it for about a year.
I'm not gonna cut that part out though.
Is something called the Navidson Record. I mean, technically, the story of House of Leaves is a publishing company who was sent writings by a guy named Johnny, who found other writings from a blind guy named Zampano, who wrote about the Navidson record, which was a documentary film thing that doesn't actually exist. But Navidson record. Will Navidson wakes up one day to discover that there is a new room in his house. And when he measures the distance through it, the measurement on the inside of the house is a 1/4 inch bigger than the outside of the house. Of course, this would be impossible. If it was the other way around, you could say maybe they're not accounting for, the insulation or the material of the house itself, but there's no way it could be bigger on the inside. This discrepancy drives Will crazy until new rooms begin to appear. Eventually, a door appears in his living room that leads to a labyrinth. A labyrinth of looping hallways and rooms that all look the same but couldn't have been designed by human hands. The space is impossibly large, and whoever built it didn't seem to care.
So all this coming in, we love lurkers and chatters, just to let y'all know.
In 2000, and if you think this sounds a lot like the Backrooms, that's because
sit back and get comfy.
House of Leaves was a huge hit, and a ton of people took ideas from the story, things like the impossible staircases and the forever hallways and the labyrinth created under someone's house, and that made.
They also took the SCP. There was an SCP that was basically kind of like the Backrooms. I think he said it like the Infinite Stairs, but there was one that was very close to it. I can't remember the name, but it wasn't SCP. I think that also inspired some Backrooms media as well.
Made its way into a lot of different stories before the yellow wallpaper Backrooms became so popular online, to where a lot of people found that as their first introduction to the concept. And sure, those ideas are cool and you can do a lot of cool things with them, but what makes House of Leaves stand out is the conflict that Will Navidson has with himself throughout the story. I mean, there's a lot of things that makes House of Leaves stand out, like the way the story is written for one.
Yeah.
But there was a soul at the back of everything Will did that made it.
Is that the one that had like the crazy writing in it, the crazy text? Like it was going in like a triangle, then like it was going off the page to the other side of the page, and you had to read it in a specific way in order to understand the actual book. It was basically like one of the most impossible books to read. Is that what House of Leaves is? If not, I'm gonna have to read House of Leaves.
Feels so much more engaging. Will used to be a war
I love reading.
He used to place
I'm a
himself
nerd.
in the most dangerous spots in the world so that he could get the perfect shot, make the perfect discovery. And now there's a cosmic labyrinth within his own home. So of course he wants to dive into it. At every point the danger is surmountable, at every point it seems it shouldn't be worth it, you understand why Will has to keep pushing forward. Because if nothing else, then because it's there. How could we as people see a frontier so strange, so undiscovered, and not
explore it? Yeah.
I mean, it's what we've been doing for as long as we've been around.
Curiosity killed the cat, but it also rewarded the brave. Does that make sense? Because you know how that's that old saying is like fortune favors the bold. So curiosity killed the cat, but fortune favored the bold. Yeah.
I mean, it's the sea, right? What kind of person hangs around the sea long enough and doesn't think about becoming a sailor?
Who wouldn't want to conquer the sea?
Clark's character is a pirate in his furniture store ads.
Huzzah!
A sailor who ventures into the sea to take and conquest. Perhaps that may relate to his character arc in the film. Also, his name is Clark, like Lewis and Clark. He's named after one of the most famous explorers in United States history. It's things like that.
Lewis and Clark.
Notes of the theme that underline everything that make it feel so consistent. But the struggle of Will Navidson and House of Leaves is one of the things that stuck out the most to me when reading the book, and it's something that reminds me of Async every time I think of it. Now, Kane has never read House of Leaves. Me and his dad keep trying to make him read House of Leaves, but I think that's all the more telling, that both Daniel Lewski and Kane Parsons stood before this figurative sea and thought of explorers. How could someone stand on the shore and not want to see
That's
it?
actually
Every time
That's actually pretty cool. That's a You know what? That's actually kind of cool of Mr. Parson.
I talk to Kane about the series, he emphasizes that he doesn't see Async as evil, just misguided. Sure, some members of Async may be doing evil for the greater good, but as the company itself, as the researchers, who would they not be to want to explore the great unknown? What kind of astronaut doesn't want to go to space? And it's in that righteous desire that they find their folly. The drive of what's good allows the monster, the real villain, to come out. If you'll remember,
I want to
way
know
back
who the
in
real
Backrooms
villain is.
series, in the unlisted video that showed a car, no clipping into the Backrooms that we then see hit the wall in found footage 2, that video's title was a long string of
I
numbers.
feel bad for
Now,
like the
this
guy
string of
that
numbers
was in that
is
car.
the ISBN code to the yellow wallpaper. The yellow wallpaper
Really?
was a short story written by Charlotte Gilman in 1892. Charlotte
What was
Gilman
it what was it
wrote the yellow
about?
wallpaper based on her own experience with postpartum depression,
Oh,
or temporary nervous
oh.
depression as it was known at the time. The story The Yellow Wallpaper is from the perspective of the woman who's just given birth and has now been prescribed rest cure until she feels better. She talks about how all of this is perfectly normal, how it's totally understandable that her husband would do things like lock her in a room and not allow her to come out for several days as
Pardon?
she slowly loses her mind. Through the
What?
yellow wallpaper, she continues to talk about how sickly the walls look around her, how the yellow pattern causes her to feel ill, until
Ooh.
eventually she becomes convinced that there is a woman on the other side of the yellow wallpaper trying to get out. So one day she tears
Man,
down
it sounds
the
like an
wallpaper
insane
and
story. What the
begins
fuck? Might have to
crawling
read
around
it.
on the ground like she saw the woman do within the wallpaper itself, now believing herself to be that freed woman. At the end of the story, the husband comes into the room, sees what she's doing, and faints, to which, as she crawls around the room on all fours, she simply crawls over him. Now, this story's been
All
talked
right.
about for a long time, and there's a lot of different ways to look at it. The most common critique you'll hear is a feminist critique. Obviously, the greatest theme is about the position of women in the 19th century and the intense expectations that were given to them, and how a lot of the time their prescriptions made things worse. Oh, this woman has postpartum depression, we should lock her in a room.
Lock her in a
for weeks.
room,
That'll
dog.
fix it. As we can see from the outside,
Hell yeah, good old grounding always works, you know, fucking just throw them in, lock away the key. Lock away the key? What the fuck am I even talking about anymore?
looking in, the prescription wasn't for her betterment, it was to save the embarrassment of her husband. In this critique, the woman seen through the wallpaper at the end of the story is a triumph. It's a more free, powerful version of herself that makes her rip the wallpaper that has made her feel ill off of the walls, and quite literally step over the husband that did this to her. However, I think it's for a different reason that Kane made the code for this story the title of one of his unlisted videos. Obviously, of course, there's the yellow wallpaper. You
Yep.
could imagine the wallpaper from the story being the wallpaper of the complex. But of course, there's the note that it's within the wallpaper she sees a monstrous woman who by the end of the story turns out to be herself. And in her desire to free this woman, that allows the woman to come out, to become her. This feels so much to me like a representation of Ivan Beck. Someone so determined to step into the other side, to take what he feels was taken from him, not realizing that inevitably the complex might as well be nature, and man can never fully tame nature. At its core, that seems to be the central conflict of the story to me. The complex is just the next great frontier, and Async are the adventurers who are seeking to map it. It's so interesting to me because I feel like a story with these same tones could have been told in the 1400s, before the oceans were charted, when sailors feared they would fall off the map or fall prey to monsters. And then in the early days of the space race, what would we find when we ventured out into the cosmos? But
So far,
inevitably, we
planets
fall
and
into maps
nothingness.
now. So the Backrooms ask the question, what if there's more map? What if there was a next great frontier? What could we do other than charge in? It's man versus nature, but with characters in mind like Ivan Beck, it becomes a story of man versus self. What did he lose that was so important? Is it worth the destruction of himself and potentially the rest of the world? What does identity and knowledge and purpose mean to one man when it can't possibly be worth the potential cost?
But
How can
hey,
the
that's just a theory. A film theory.
white whale be worth it if the whale is truly that dangerous? But then again, what's Captain Ahab to do? Get off the ship? It's a tale as old as time about man's hubris, about exploring new horizons,
Pride
about sailing
that
over
goes
the sea.
into it.
It's just using the setting of a creepy picture that floated around the internet and asks, what if the next great unknown is all the more terrifying? That's another thing. The inherent horror of the complex is, again, something that's so intrinsic to people. We all have a fear of forgetting, if that be the fear of forgetting loved ones or the fear of losing our memory as we get older. When discussing the Backrooms, I see a lot of people bring up the caretakers everywhere at the end of time, a 6-hour art piece that mimics the stages of dementia through music. One of my earliest videos
that's
on the channel
right.
was me
That-
listening through
oh,
the
yeah.
whole thing, and safe to say, it's
Sad
a
boy
powerful
hours.
experience. One of the most remembered images from everywhere at the end of time is the final stage, which is presented by a picture turned around. All that can be seen is the blue tape on its back. Now, I'm not sure if Kane began using blue tape so much in his series because of that visual, but nevertheless, both pieces are harkening back to the same idea.
Bro, Kane is a goddamn, like,
What if our
genius at this
existence is
point,
just
dude.
a small drop in a big ocean? I mean, the complex is a space that is actively forgetting us. It takes all of our memories, all of these cherished ideas we have of home and places and people we love, and makes it these bastardized versions, these vague representations of some of the pieces placed here and other things placed over there, and maybe some big picture items, but otherwise blank and empty. It's as if you're watching something's mind deteriorate in real time, but the thing that it's forgetting is us. Carl Jung theorized about something called the collective subconscious. Basically, the idea that there is this invisible collective of human experiences that people draw on when they're born. Basically, the idea of a collective group of thoughts or ideas that humanity
Like
pulls from. Things that are simply understood. Things that seem
fuck, what was
passed
the word
down
for
to
it?
us.
Yeah,
On the
well.
Backrooms, it's as if that subconscious is a place. And what if we peek behind the curtain and we see where our memories go?
A hive
and we
mind.
find that they don't matter.
That's what it was.
Erased away as we watch. It's an overwhelming cosmic dread that can be filled in so much of the series. What if our last great frontier is the frontier that doesn't remember us at all? In that sense, it's almost like async is warring against God. The complex is something beyond humanity. It uses our thoughts and our visages as a sandcastle. So by mapping it, by exploring it,
It's its own
flag against
sandbox.
something so that it won't take our flags from us? Or is it just a death rattle? A final attempt for humanity to take back something we could never hope to conquer? Would it be better to lie down and let oblivion happen, or to sail into it and try to make a difference? Kane's Backrooms is the one that has stuck around, the one that has made it to this level of success because it asked those questions and it asked them so well. There's never a moment of preachiness. There's never a time where characters sit down and all of this is explained in high concept things you'd hear in an overrated YouTube video. It simply takes characters, puts them in the setting, and lets humanity speak for itself. And I think it's those kind of stories that are the most impactful, the ones that simply
I cannot
show
wait to
us
see this
what it's
movie, dude.
thinking rather than telling us. It's such powerful ideas and such a terrifying structure, and Kane is really getting all it's worth. I can't wait to see where the series goes from here. I can't wait to watch the movie, because at the root of it all, I know no matter how scary the creatures we see are, how much we can theorize about green lights and characters and missing eyes, there's going to be a story at the base of it that matters, something that says something. And it's not something you find every day, but I'm glad we found it this time. There's few things more rewarding than seeing someone doing the thing you know they're supposed to be doing. When it comes to Kane, I can't imagine him doing anything else. This series, the presentation, the deliveries, the scares are...
The fact that this series is where it is right now because he was doing it just because is insane, and he just decided, yeah, I'm gonna use the Backrooms as like a template of it, and then he just made absolute peak from it's insane. It's actually insane. And now he's the youngest A24 director to make a movie, dude, it in history. Like, I'm pretty sure this is the youngest director in history, in cinema history, at least. I think
are all fantastic. And despite everything, I think this guy's still on the ground floor. Kane, I couldn't be more proud of you, and this couldn't have happened to someone more deserving. Thank you for telling your stories, and thank you for letting me watch. And also comb your hair, or put on deodorant, or something. I hope you're as excited to check out the movie as I am. Again, it's coming out next month, May 29th. And as I mentioned, after it comes out, and after it's been out probably like a month, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film, so we can see how many things I got right and how many things I inevitably got wrong. But regardless of that, for now, I'm just happy you stuck around this long, and I just want to say thank you for watching.
Thank you for making the video.
It's a series that has meant this much to me, come this far, and I'm glad we get to watch it together. I said it earlier, but thank you all so much for the support that you showed on the original Backrooms video. Obviously, I didn't have anything to do with Kane's success. He was already huge by the time I found him, and he certainly didn't need my help.
Hell yeah.
Regardless, it is cool that making that first video put me in a position where I could reach out to him, and now I not only know a cool film director, but I know a cool friend. You all continue to throw me into blessings that I can't thank you enough for, but sincerely, Thank you for everything you've given me. Of course, if you somehow still haven't seen Kane's series, I'll
definitely go check out the original
Not Kane
series.
Pixels channel. Be sure to check all this stuff out. I can talk about it all I want, but nothing beats watching it for yourself. Stay tuned for more videos here. Videos every week, Mondays at noon over on Wendigoon. And also, if you want to watch the editor bully me while I play video games, you can check out Wendiglitch. Really appreciate the support, and you all mean the world. But I believe that should do it for now. Before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. But actually, you know what? I gassed Kane up way too much there at the end of the video.
Yep.
So I need to bring him down a little bit. So let's all remember what the first video uploaded to his channel is.
What? Real sandwich? What the fuck? What am I looking at here? He couldn't get a sandwich? What am I looking at?
And no, I don't care that he was like 12 when he made it. I'm a YouTuber. Bullying kids is like half my job.